Chapter 81. P.S. Things have been settled recently, and I won't drag things out like before. Today, I will update 3 chapters, and I'm asking for recommendation votes and members to click. This book is only 200 to 300 membership points away from the Xuanhuan Weekly Point. If I can rush to the Xuanhuan Weekly Point this week, I will really explode. I lost? When Li Feipeng landed and rolled 3 times, he got up from the ground with his clothes in a mess and looked at the arena not far away in disbelief. He couldn't believe that he had lost, as if God had played a super big joke on him. If it weren't for his feet on the ground and the shocked gazes of the surrounding disciples, Li Feipeng wouldn't have been able to accept the news. Li Feipeng, who had the strength of the 7th heaven of the martial path, was actually sent flying out of the arena. He felt that it was only an instant, and he had lost the opportunity to advance. His face suddenly turned green and white, and the veins on his hands bulged, looking very ferocious. Li Feipeng lost inexplicably. Damn, who knows what just happened? How could Li Feipeng lose? Isn't he the famous little flying man? Why can't he even deal with Lin Fei? Damn, what the hell is going on? Senior brother Li Feipeng is too disappointing. He was expecting to deal with that kid Lin Fei. He was quite arrogant, but in the end, he was no match for him. He's too useless. I want to see how Lin Fei will be beaten up by Li Feipeng. I really wonder if senior brother Li Feipeng has been bribed. Otherwise, why can't he even teach Lin Fei a lesson? Don't mention it. I only saw Lin Fei move a little, and senior brother Li Feipeng was sent flying. What kind of move is this? There must be something fishy about it. It's obviously cheating. Many of the disciples were doubtful, dumbfounded, and even more in disbelief. Was Lin Fei really as powerful as the rumors said? Li Feipeng, who was at the 7th heaven of the martial path, was no match for him in one move? This progress was a little too fast, so fast that it left the disciples who thought they were talented dumbfounded. Ordinary disciples couldn't see the mystery, but there were always people present who saw it clearly. For example, those high-ranking disciples, their expressions began to change. It was something called surprise and solemnity. No wonder junior brother Lin Fei dared to provoke senior brother Zhang Wanshan. He has clearly comprehended the speed of his movement technique to the limit. If he could comprehend it further, he would have comprehended a powerful domain. Among us outer sect disciples, there are very few who can do that. Li Feipeng underestimated him first, so it's normal for him to be defeated in the arena. I heard that Lin Fei only reached the 4th heaven of martial Dao 3 months ago. I didn't expect him to reach the 7th heaven of martial Dao in 3 months. Is the 9 revolutions mysterious art really as powerful as the rumors say? It can actually make a person's strength advance by leaps and bounds in such a short period of time? No wonder Lin Fei has the courage to challenge senior brother Zhang Wanshan. Unfortunately, 3 months is too short. If he was given half a year, he might really be able to challenge senior brother Zhang Wanshan and put on a real battle. Looks like there will definitely be a battle between Lin Fei and senior Zhang Wanshan in the top 100 competition. If Lin Fei wants to rely on his speed to win, he is destined to lose. However, based on his courage, there are bound to be very few outer disciples who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Many high-ranking disciples also noticed the situation on the 7th ring. The astonishing speed displayed by Lin Fei attracted the attention of the high-ranking disciples. Fortunately, this attention only lasted for a moment. There were many outer disciples who showed talent, so it didn't seem strange to them. In the noisy atmosphere, several people were in a bad mood. Damn it, isn't Lin Fei just a piece of trash? How could he be promoted to the 7th heaven of martial Dao? It must be fake, it must be fake. Lin Fei's amazing performance, even though he relied on a trick, did not care about the process in the ring, only the results. Zhang Zhongshan's face was pale, like a dead man's face. He cursed at Lin Fei on the 7th ring like a shrew. He really couldn't believe that the trash from 3 months ago had advanced his strength to the 7th heaven of martial Tao, while he struggled bitterly and was only stuck at the 5th heaven of martial Tao. Shut up, you piece of trash. Do you want everyone to know that you're that unlucky guy? Zhang Wanshan frowned slightly, looking a little surprised. The powerful voice frightened Zhang Zhongshan so much that he immediately shut his mouth. In front of his big brother, he was like a mouse seeing a cat, not daring to breathe loudly. He was trash 3 months ago, and he's still trash now. The strength of the 7th heaven of martial Tao is only SOSO. Your big brother will let him understand that the gap between the 8th heaven of martial Tao and the 7th heaven of martial Tao is not something that can be reversed by anyone. This time, I will personally cripple him. Zhang Wanshan was obviously angry, especially those who were defeated by Lin Fei. They finally understood why Lin Fei could come back alive. Although they looked indifferent on the surface, they were still full of doubts. Was the 9 Revolutions mysterious art really as powerful as the rumors said? It could change a piece of trash? Hearing his big brother's words, Zhang Zhongshan's resentful eyes suddenly lit up. No one knew his big brother's temper better than him. Once he was angry, no matter who the other party was, they would not be able to escape this time. Last time, someone provoked his big brother, and in the end, that guy's dantian was destroyed, and he became a piece of trash for the rest of his life. Zhang Zhongshan couldn't wait to see the scene of Lin Fei's dantian being destroyed by his big brother. A person like Lin Fei should be a piece of trash for the rest of his life instead of running ahead of him. Coming down from the ring, Lin Fei keenly sensed the dissatisfied gazes from the crowd. Without a doubt, it was Li Feiping who was dissatisfied. He wasn't worried at all. No one dared to vent their dissatisfaction on the divine martial gate unless they wanted to be punished by the sect rules. Returning to the expert's side, Lin Fei couldn't avoid an interrogation. He already had a plan for this, so he casually tricked the expert. He couldn't possibly tell the expert that he relied on the level-up system. In the first 2 days of the top 100 disciple competition, low-level and mid-level disciples were eliminated. The next 2 days were the true core battles of the top 100 disciples. At this time, the disciples that Lin Fei met were all tyrannical, and they were all at least at the 7th level of the martial path. In the afternoon, on the 7th ring, the deacon referee picked up the wooden plate and announced loudly, "Number 707 vs. Number 798, please go to the 7th ring." Number 707 was Lin Fei. When this number was announced, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Fei. Everyone knew that number 707 was Lin Fei. "Go!" The expert patted Lin Fei's shoulder. Lin Fei walked out from the crowd, and someone else also walked out from the crowd opposite him. Immediately, a wave of excited cheers sounded. When the two's eyes met, a silent battle instantly unfolded. Lin Fei recognized this person's identity. Peng Bao was at the 7th level of the martial path. On the 7th ring, he was one of the stronger ones. He had defeated 5 disciples in a row, 3 of which were at the 7th level of the martial path. He was a rather powerful outer disciple. When Lin Fei met this person, everyone knew that it would be an exciting battle. Chapter 82. With the previous series of events, Lin Fei could be considered to have gained some fame. All this while, no one was clear about Lin Fei's strength. Although they had a rough idea of it, they thought that Li Feiping would be able to test Lin Fei's strength in the first round. However, Li Feiping was sent flying in less than a round, which was a huge disappointment. When Peng Bao stepped onto the stage, everyone felt that a good show was about to begin. Before the spar even started, everyone could feel the aura of the battle between the two. They couldn't help but be slightly surprised, which soon turned into excitement. Lin Fei, on the other hand, had a stomach full of questions. He couldn't understand why Peng Bao was so dissatisfied. "I don't think I offended this person, did I? Could it be that he's jealous of me because I'm too handsome?" Lin Fei thought to himself. He couldn't figure out what was going on. The 3 months of training had not been in vain. Before the two of them got close, Lin Fei could keenly sense that Ping Bao had a lot of opinions about him. Others couldn't sense it, but Lin Fei could easily sense it. This feeling couldn't be wrong. Lin Fei was no longer the Lin Fei from 3 months ago. Regardless of who arranged for Ping Bao to come here, he must have offended someone in the past. He couldn't help but sneer inwardly. You're all going to be disappointed. At this moment, in a corner of the Divine Martial Gates Plaza, one could see every movement in the 7th arena. Senior brother, are we really going to teach that brat Lin Fei a lesson? In the corner, a few disciples were surrounding a person. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely be able to recognize one of them. It was senior brother Wen Tian, who had personally come to invite him last time. Teach him a lesson? This isn't a lesson, just a little guidance. Who asked Lin Fei to meet junior brother Ping Bao? Let's see how much junior brother Lin Fei has improved in the past 3 months. How dare he reject my invitation? The square-faced disciple in the lead was Chen Shaoxing, who had wanted to invite Lin Fei back then. Back then, Chen Shaoxing had sent someone to invite Lin Fei to become a decent fighter, but in the end, he had been rejected. He had lost face and left a bad impression on Lin Fei. Today, it just so happened that one of his members had drawn lots and met Lin Fei. Chen Shaoxing did not mind letting someone teach him a lesson so that he could change his arrogant attitude. One of the most important reasons for doing so was to build up the reputation of their club. When the others heard senior brother Chen Shaoxing's words, they naturally did not say anything else. Their gazes turned to the 7th arena. Ping Bao was one of their people, and with the previous example, they believed that Lin Fei would not be able to escape this time. Lin Fei did not know that he had been schemed against. Junior brother Lin Fei, I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. You're really famous. Ping Bao's body was not burly, but his eyes were sharp. He carried a zanmadeo on his back and had wide palms. Even before he made a move, his sharp aura had already spread throughout the arena. He was obviously a saber expert. His indifferent words were full of gunpowder, which further confirmed Lin Fei's guess. It seemed that he had inadvertently offended another senior brother. Lin Fei was not worried about offending many senior brothers. After all, he was not afraid of being bitten when there were too many lice. Moreover, he was in the Divine Force Gate, so there was nothing to worry about unless they were willing to be targeted by the law enforcement hall. I dare not accept it. It's just an undeserved reputation. It's not worth mentioning, Lin Fei said to Ping Bao, cupping his hands. Ping Bao's eyes were like lightning. Junior brother Lin Fei, there's no need to be so humble. Senior brother, this person is not Li Feiping, and he cannot be defeated in 2 or 3 moves. You can show your special skills, as I also want to see the power of the 9 revolutions mysterious art. Junior brother Lin Fei, get ready. Once I make a move, I will not show mercy. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. I'm ready. Lin Fei took half a step forward, looking very lazy as he cupped his hands again. This action seemed to be nothing, but in fact, it was tantamount to provoking Ping Bao. Everyone knew that in the ring, the junior brother usually made the first move, which was a kind of concession. Now that Lin Fei put on such a posture, the meaning was self-evident. Lin Fei did not care about Ping Bao at all. Ping Bao originally wanted to let Lin Fei make the first move, so that he would not be regarded as a bully. Seeing Lin Fei's appearance, he could not help but sneer. Junior brother Lin Fei, you have guts. Then I won't be polite. In fact, at this time, Ping Bao had a lot of anger in his stomach. Whoosh! Raging waves saber technique. Ping Bao was a master of strength, and he had already seen Lin Fei's amazing body movement before. He had already calculated that he would use the fastest speed to suppress Lin Fei. Lin Fei, who had lost his body movement, would not be a match for him under the violent saber technique, and the winner would be easily determined. The zanmadeo was unsheathed, and the sound of raging waves rose. Ping Bao quickly closed the distance, and his whole body was like a wave. In an instant, he was a few feet closer, and the Zamadeo slashed from top to bottom. The white light of the saber slashed across the sky, and turned into waves, one wave after another, locking onto Lin Fei's body. The entire ring was filled with the sound of the waves, and it was clear that he had trained his saber technique to the great completion realm. When this move was used, many of the high-ranking disciples revealed a dignified expression. Even if they were to encounter this move, they would have to be careful to break it. Raging Wave's saber technique, one was fierce and the other was sharp. This was a lower yellow-ranked mystical art. Everyone was waiting to see how Lin Fei would block it. Would he use his fist technique, his amazing body movement, or even his saber technique? Other than that, there seemed to be no other choice. Facing the whistling sound of the saber, Lin Fei actually did not make a move. Like a gentle breeze blowing, the sharp saber turned into waves, and Lin Fei turned into a flying bird on the waves, walking on the tip of the saber, performing a shocking scene. Shocking! Shocking! Damn it, what kind of body movement technique is Lin Fei cultivating? He can actually dodge the Raging Wave's saber technique, a lower yellow-ranked saber technique. When did our outer sanctum have such a body movement technique? What a good body movement technique! The Raging Wave's saber technique is all about speed and ferocity, but Lin Fei is actually able to dodge Ping Bao's attacks with an even faster speed. In the outer sanctum, there are very few people who can do this. Lin Fei must have had some fortuitous encounter for his body movement technique to reach the greater mastery realm. Senior brother Ping Bao has met a true expert this time. If this is all that Lin Fei has, Ping Bao will definitely be the one to advance in the end. Lin Fei's use of body movement techniques to dodge Ping Bao's attacks naturally attracted the attention of countless people. The importance of body movement techniques was self-evident. However, many of them had never seen this body movement technique before. Upon closer inspection, this body movement technique had a mysterious feeling to it, and they couldn't help but be shocked by it. Lin Fei, do you only know how to dodge? Ping Bao was extremely displeased that even a lower yellow-ranked saber technique couldn't force Lin Fei to retaliate. Whoosh whoosh! Ping Bao shouted and seized the opportunity to attack. He spun the Zamadeo in his hand, and the sound of raging waves could be heard. 3 saber lights were sent out from the top, middle, and bottom, aiming at 3 important parts of Lin Fei's body. At this moment, Lin Fei was in the midst of falling, and any martial artist's defense was at its weakest. Ceaseless torrent. Lin Fei, who was in the midst of falling, didn't think much of it. He strangely moved across the air and forcefully moved 3 meters away. He raised his hand and sent out 3 saber lights to meet the saber light. Clang clang clang. Break, break, break. Ping Bao's Zamadeo was instantly hit by a huge force, and he almost lost his grip on it. He didn't expect that his saber lights would be so easily broken by Lin Fei, and one of the saber lights even hit the body of the Zamadeo, causing him to almost embarrass himself. Fortunately, Ping Bao wasn't an ordinary disciple. He spun and suddenly changed his saber technique. With his left foot as a point, he turned into a surging wave, and with a gentle tap, he raised his Zamadeo. The saber lights swayed, and the saber lights covered the entire arena. Raging waves! Saber lights, sea waves, saber lights, and sea waves gathered together. There was no distinction between real and fake, no distinction between you and me. In an instant, the arena turned into a vast sea, and Lin Fei was the seabird on the sea waves. This was one of Ping Bao's killing moves. Good, good! The saber lights and sea waves arrived together, but Lin Fei didn't show any fear. Instead, he had an excited expression. 10,000 lightning surging. Lin Fei raised his saber, and the crowd immediately saw a white light sweep across the arena. There was a thunderous sound that could only be heard on a sunny day. Many of the low-ranked disciples were so frightened that their faces turned pale. At this moment, they were unable to describe the shock brought by the rushing thunder. Bang! 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 The saber lights that Ping Bao executed were like glass, shattering under the white light. The echoes of the rushing thunder masked the loud sound of the sea waves. Ping Bao felt like he was struck by lightning on a sunny day, and his hands stopped moving. Thunder was one of the divine might of the heavens and earth. When the rushing thunder saber technique was cultivated to great perfection, it had such a supporting effect. How could Lin Fei not know that this was a rare opportunity? He changed his saber stance, turning the saber into a fist, and executed his movement technique. Total annihilation. Lin Fei's aura suddenly changed, and his left leg swept out like lightning, landing a heavy kick on Ping Bao's left arm. Ping Bao was startled, and he wanted to chop down with his saber. However, how could Lin Fei let him do as he wished? 8 Desolations return. Lin Fei instantly closed in and struck Ping Bao's wrist again. Ping Bao cried out in pain, and Lin Fei turned his hand into a fist and punched Ping Bao's chest. Ping Bao immediately vomited a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with fear. When he saw Lin Fei chopping down with his hand again, this time on his neck, he only had one thought in his mind: how can I, Lin Fei, be so powerful? Chapter 83. P.S. Thank you to Battle with Gods for the 4 new tickets. Thank you to bookfriend 120203180126692 for the 100 Qidian coins tip. Ping Bao lost. The surroundings of the 7th arena fell into silence, as if the heavens had played an international joke on them once again. If it was before, no one believed in Lin Fei's strength and thought that Lin Fei won because of Li Feipeng's underestimation, then it was completely different now. His actual combat ability was so terrifying. Everyone recognized the rushing thunder saber technique. However, they had never seen such a terrifying power when using a palm blade. More importantly, Lin Fei's saber technique was already so terrifying, and he didn't even use a weapon. What did this mean? Everyone understood what it meant. If Lin Fei used a weapon, then the power would be— anyone who wasn't an idiot would understand how terrifying the power would be. Lin Fei is going to be famous. I always thought that my saber technique was good. Just now I saw Lin Fei's saber technique, and it was simply too terrifying. I really don't know how he cultivated the rushing thunder saber technique to such a level of power. It seems that a dark horse is going to appear this time. Even if it isn't a dark horse, the unknown Lin Fei is destined to be known by all the disciples. With the strength of the 7th celestial layer, he defeated Ping Bao, who had been in the 7th celestial layer for many years. How many outer disciples can do that? I don't know if anyone has noticed, but Lin Fei's saber technique is filled with killing intent. Once he uses a move, the killing intent is so real that it is quite powerful. There is also the power of his fist technique. Could it be that the rumors are true, that the 9 Revolutions mysterious art is very powerful? It must be the 9 Revolutions mysterious art. Senior brother who mastered this mysterious art, no matter what saber technique, fist technique, or palm technique he used, the power would be better than others. This time, Lin Fei defeated Ping Bao, who was in the 7th celestial layer, in less than 10 moves. He successfully advanced to the next round, fully demonstrating what true strength was. All the rumors from before had now been fully confirmed. Those who didn't dare to underestimate Lin Fei no longer dared to look down on him. It could be said that from this moment on, he was no longer the unknown Lin Fei, but entered the ranks of the high-rank disciples. This was the benefit of strength. As soon as Lin Fei came down from the arena, someone immediately rushed up and carried Ping Bao away. As long as no one was named, the deacon and referee would not have any objections. It was inevitable that one would lose control of one's hands and feet when exchanging pointers, and injuries were inevitable. It seems that showing off my strength is quite useful. I like this feeling. Lin Fei laughed in his heart. He was in a very good mood. To be honest, he really liked being watched like this. This was a feeling that he had never had on Earth. Many disciples began to cheer as they came down from the arena. Senior brother Lin Fei, well done! Senior brother is mighty, senior brother is mighty. Lin Fei didn't expect to be welcomed by them. Little did they know that Lin Fei's changes in less than half a year were no less than setting a good example for the lower-level disciples. For them, perhaps they could also have such achievements in the future. Lin Fei was in a good mood. Some other people in the plaza were not happy. The first one was Zhang Zhongshan. He was very unhappy that Lin Fei had defeated Li Feipeng. When he saw Peng Bao on the arena, he thought that Lin Fei would be defeated. But in the end, he was once again played a big joke on him. Zhang Zhongshan was completely jealous. Since entering the Divine Martial School for 4 years, his strength had always suppressed Lin Fei. He would beat him up from time to time like a toy in his hand. But one day, the toy left his hand and could no longer be controlled. It even became a toy in the hands of others. Zhang Zhongshan was scared and jealous. Damn Lin Fei, you trash! How can you be stronger than me? Am I, Zhang Zhongshan, destined to be weaker than a trash? No, it can't be like this. As long as Big Brother takes action, you will become a trash sooner or later. A trash that will never recover. Let's see how long you can be so arrogant. You are destined to be stepped under my feet and never be able to rise again. Seeing his silent big brother, Zhang Zhongshan revealed a ferocious smile. He felt a lot better and was no longer as powerless as before. Zhang Wanshan was expressionless, but in his heart, he had officially regarded Lin Fei as an opponent. Just from the blade technique that he had just used, Zhang Wanshan, who was at the 8th sky of the martial path, felt a dangerous aura. You really have some strength. If I easily cripple you, the elders will inevitably see through it. The stronger you are, the better. When the time comes, it will not be boring to deal with you. Although my brother is not a genius, you dare to injure him again and again. If the tiger does not show its power, do you really think that the monkey can be the king? On the other side, there was Jun Wuhui, who was known as Little Gentleman. Back in the Bounty Hall, his merit points were less than Lin Fei's. In addition, Lin Fei had blocked his claw, so he was very unhappy. When Lin Fei went up on the stage, he paid a little attention to him. How could such a person dare to go against him? In the end, he saw some clues. It turned out that Lin Fei had some ability and used a good blade technique. Obviously, Jun Wuhui could not act naturally in the arena when facing a 7th sky of the martial path. However, this 7th sky of the martial path disciple was stronger than the average disciple, so everything was logical. Jun Wuhui wanted to vent his anger on Lin Fei. Lin Fei's battle. For the 7th sky and 8th sky of the martial path disciples, it was as if they had been given a warning. Losing in less than 10 moves from the same level was undoubtedly a warning to them. For a moment, Lin Fei had become the opponent in the hearts of many disciples. A dangerous opponent. If they were not careful, they might lose to him. Many disciples even discussed with each other how to defend against Lin Fei's attack. They carried out a comprehensive and intense discussion. The scene on the 7th arena also fell into the eyes of the elders. Lin Fei's 10,000 Thunder Rush was no less powerful than a yellow rank Xian skill, while the Thunder Rush blade technique was only a first-class Xian skill. This disciple's performance is quite good. He actually practiced the Thunder Rush blade technique to the Deshang realm. When he attacked, he used the side effect of the Thunder Rush blade technique to shock the opponent and disturb his mind. Then, he used a big fist technique to defeat his opponent in one move. This kind of determination and insight is quite rare. It's a pity that his realm is not high. He's only at the 7th sky of the martial path. If he was at the 8th sky of the martial path, it would not be a problem for him to enter the top 50. Now, it's difficult for him to enter the top 100. Lin Fei's battle had indeed left an impression on the elders. In the divine martial sect, as long as one had some talent, the divine martial sect would take special care of them. The foundation of a sect was the talented disciples. Lin Fei was on the list. Of course, Lin Fei did not know about this. He continued to watch the battle on the stage. At the same time, he digested the battle on the stage so that he could convert it into accumulation. Chapter 84. Endless Torrent. Thunder Strike. Thousand Thunder Rush. On the seventh ring, the blade light was like a net shrouding the ring. The cold blade intent caused the disciples around the ring to subconsciously stand 10 feet away, for fear of being affected by the blade light. Everyone saw a figure fall on the ring with a plop, losing the ability to fight. Several parts of his body were injured, and he could not continue fighting. There was no doubt that Lin Fei had advanced again. Damn, Lin Fei won again. Looks like it's impossible to defeat Lin Fei with the strength of the 7th heavenly layer of the martial path. Unless a disciple of the 8th heavenly layer of the martial path is dispatched, there are very few in the 7th heavenly layer of the martial path who are his match. Who said it wasn't? At first, I thought that the rumors about Lin Fei were just so. Now it seems that we were wrong. Lin Fei has become a dark horse in this ring. Even if he is not a dark horse, he is still a strong horse. If he's lucky, Lin Fei might even be able to become one of the top 100 disciples. It's not easy to achieve this in just 3 months. At the very least, I've never seen such a terrifying cultivation speed. Such a scene had occurred numerous times on the 7th arena. This was the 8th time that Lin Fei defeated a disciple of the 7th sky of martial path. In just 4 days, Lin Fei performed a crazy scene. Since the defeat of the 2nd Ping Bao, Lin Fei would use the fastest speed to defeat any disciple who came on stage. The key was that Lin Fei used the rushing thunder saber technique in the ring and did not change to another saber technique from beginning to end. It was rare to see someone using a saber technique to defeat all opponents of the same level. This was especially so when Lin Fei used the surging thunder saber technique at will. The seemingly casual moves could unleash unimaginable power when they landed in his opponent's hands. Apart from that, Lin Fei's movement technique was astonishing. His saber technique complemented his movement technique, making it difficult to defend against. He was clearly attacking from the left, but in the end, he appeared on the right. He had to pay a price for this. Encountering a freakish opponent like Lin Fei was a headache for the disciples. Because of this, many disciples drew lots and prayed that they wouldn't encounter a freak like Lin Fei. Dark clouds instantly shrouded the 7th arena. Some people were unable to remain calm. 5th day of top 100 disciple competition. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed since the inner disciple top 100 competition, and a brand new 5th day had arrived. Over the course of 4 days, the outer sect disciples underwent a large-scale screening. Basically, most disciples below the 7th level of the martial Tao were eliminated. After a round of elimination, it was time for the top 100 disciple competition. After 4 days of elimination, there were less than 1,000 disciples left. There were more than 3,000 outer sect disciples in the divine martial sect. Among them, the majority were low-level disciples. The number of disciples who were above the 6th sky of the martial path was decreasing. Otherwise, why would it be so hard to cultivate to the next level? It was impossible for a second disciple like Lin Fei to have a cheating device. In the 4 days of elimination, a large number of disciples had been eliminated. Currently, only around 800 disciples were left, and the most intense competition for the top 100 disciples had begun. Of the 800-plus disciples, the weakest was at the 7th level of the martial path, while the strongest was at the 9th level of the martial path, just a step away from becoming a profound practitioner. Among them, the 7th heaven of the martial path took up 50%, the 8th heaven of the martial path took up 30%, and the 9th heaven of the martial path took up 20%, forming the division of more than 800 disciples. One could imagine how intense the ranking of the top 100 disciples was. The top 10 positions of the outer disciples were filled with thorns and thorns. It would not be easy to get them. They would have to go through 6 trials and kill 6 generals. The fierce competition of the top 100 disciples had finally arrived. Lin Fei was still holding on to number 707, which was a special number to him. He did not know whether it was because he was lucky, or because he was fated with number 7, but the battle was still in the 7th ring, as if he had become the host. Early in the morning, it was Lin Fei's turn. His opponent was a disciple at the 7th level of the martial path called Chun Yong, who used a fast sword technique. Although Chun Yong was wary of Lin Fei and wanted to use the advantage of a fast sword to attack at the beginning, Lin Fei did not give him the chance. He used the rushing thunder saber technique, and in less than 10 moves, he knocked away Chun Yong's weapon and kicked him out of the ring, winning smoothly. Lin Fei easily won as before. The disciples below the ring were no longer surprised. On the contrary, they became very familiar with it. It would be strange if Lin Fei did not win. After that, it was Lin Fei's turn. He was also an opponent at the 7th level of the martial path, and just like before, he easily won the promotion. After defeating several disciples at the 7th level of the martial path in succession, many disciples did not dare to face Lin Fei. In half a morning, more than 800 disciples were eliminated, and more than 200 disciples were eliminated. In the afternoon, the ranking competition still continued. Number 707 Lin Fei versus number 612 Jia Kuan. When the deacon referee announced the number, the 7th ring instantly attracted the attention of countless disciples, including high-ranking disciples and many deacon elders. Lin Fei finally faced an expert at the 8th level of the martial path, also known as an Orochi expert. In the past 5 days, the unknown Lin Fei's reputation gradually rose. He was no longer a nobody, but a strong dark horse in the eyes of everyone. He defeated disciples at the 7th level of the martial path in succession, and with fierce saber techniques, he defeated his opponent with great momentum. This combat strength was really not something that ordinary people could achieve. Therefore, in the eyes of others, only disciples at the 8th level of the martial path could suppress Lin Fei. Disciples at the 7th level of the martial path were really difficult to suppress. On the 7th ring, the defeated opponent at the 7th level of the martial path was the best proof. Number 707 Lin Fei, facing an Orochi expert, undoubtedly let many disciples breathe a sigh of relief. If they didn't meet this abnormal person, they might have a chance to go one step further instead of being defeated by Lin Fei. Imperceptibly, the dark clouds hanging over their heads gradually dispersed, ushering in the warm spring sunshine. The whole person felt refreshed, not as hazy as before. Under the ring, Lin Fei instantly became the focus of countless eyes. Everyone wanted to know if Lin Fei, who was unknown 3 months ago, could create glory again and accomplish the impossible. If Lin Fei lost to Jia Kuan, it was equivalent to losing the opportunity to challenge Zhang Wanshan. On the other hand, there would be a good show. Lin Fei took a deep breath and suppressed it in his chest. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Finally, it's an Orochi expert's turn. I hope you don't let me down. Lin Fei turned his eyes and happened to look at a certain position, where Zhang Wanshan was. His lips did not move, as if he was saying something. Chapter 85. In the face of Lin Fei's silent provocation, Zhang Wanshan forcibly endured it and did not get angry. He was an Orochi expert, so he had to pay attention to his manners. In the outer sect, the two of them were like fire and water. It had long been known that many people were secretly watching them. Naturally, Zhang Wanshan would not easily reveal anything in front of others, so as to avoid leaving a bad impression. Lin Fei, Lin Fei, you are still too naive. The real ranking competition of the top 100 disciples has just begun, and you will encounter Jia Kuan, who is at the 8th level of the martial path, in the first round. How are you going to fight me? How are you going to compete with me? I'm afraid you won't even be able to deal with Jia Kun. It's a pity that I can't deal with you personally, but sooner or later, there will be a chance to deal with you. Lin Fei took the lead and walked into the ring. When he stepped into the ring, the expressionless face of the referee, Deacon Zhang, showed some expression, as if to cheer Lin Fei on. If it was not for Lin Fei's good eyesight, he would have missed Deacon Zhang's reaction. What he did not know was that in the past few days, Lin Fei's performance had been deeply praised by Deacon Zhang, especially after understanding what had happened. Although Lin Fei cultivated the trash mental cultivation method, 9 Revolutions mysterious art, who said that he could not break through in the future. There were all kinds of strange things in the world, and it was hard to guarantee that there would be a pill or even a cultivation method that could allow one to break through one day. It would not be surprising for him to break through and become a profound practitioner. Lin Fei, dressed in a green robe, stood on the ring with a handsome face. Just by standing there, he suddenly became like a blade. Before he drew his blade, a fierce aura rushed out, making people not dare to underestimate him. This is Lin Fei's real strength, right? When Lin Fei turned into a fierce blade that had not been unsheathed, the eyes of many disciples could not help but light up, as if they saw a peerless beauty coming toward them. They could not help but start to look forward to this battle. Among them, the high-ranking disciples, especially the elite disciples, could not help but show a surprised expression. Such a fierce aura, how many people did he have to kill to cultivate it? How did Lin Fei cultivate it? His head was full of questions, but no one could answer them. Jia Kun held his saber with both hands as he walked up the arena. When he stood still, he, who looked like an ordinary person, suddenly opened his eyes. His entire person was like a lion that had awakened. His sharp gaze sized up Lin Fei, as though he wanted to see through Lin Fei and not let him escape. Pressure from his aura. As for Lin Fei, Jia Kun treated him as an opponent, especially since the latter's blade technique was shocking. Once he displayed a first-rate mysterious art, he would be able to sweep away opponents of the same level. Just this ability alone was enough to make Jia Kun not dare to underestimate him. Therefore, Jia Kun immediately released his pressure, the pressure of the 8th heaven of the martial path. To fight first, to strike fear into the other party's heart, to plant a seed in their hearts. In fact, they might not even need to make a move. Just their pressure alone would be enough to secure victory. Lin Fei trained hard for 3 months in the Blackwater mountain range. The demonic Beast King had experienced a lot of pressure, so how could it be affected by Jia Kun's pressure? However, it also understood that Jia Kun was gathering his strength, so it calmly took a step forward and cupped its hands. Junior brother Lin Fei, please give me some pointers, senior brother. A step forward and a few words broke Jia Kun's pressure. Jia Kun was slightly surprised, but it was nothing strange. If Lin Fei couldn't break his pressure, he wouldn't be worthy to be his opponent. Only now did he have the qualifications. I heard that junior brother's blade technique and movement technique are amazing. Senior brother wants to see it. Jia Kun said generously. Lin Fei said, as senior brother wishes. Against a disciple at the 7th heaven of the martial path, Lin Fei could use his palm blade to deal with it. But for a disciple at the 8th heaven of the martial path, he had the earth energy to protect himself. If he used his palm blade, Lin Fei wouldn't be so arrogant. Therefore, Lin Fei untied the burden on his body. This was prepared long ago. Against an expert at the 8th heaven of the martial path, he had to use the evil black blade in his hand. The people outside were even more excited, because from the beginning until now, Lin Fei hadn't used his weapon. When they saw the black scabbard, it was ordinary, so they couldn't see anything special. Good blade. Jia Kun was close, and with his experience, he felt an aura from the scabbard that he had never felt before. It was a dangerous aura, an aura that was stained with countless amounts of blood. "Senior brother, you flatter me," Lin Fei said. Jia Kun didn't take the initiative to attack. An earth energy expert had the self-restraint of an earth energy expert. His left foot took a small step, his left hand grabbed the scabbard, and his right hand moved closer to the hilt, putting on a lazy look. Only those who had personally experienced it would understand. Jia Kun went into a defensive position, quietly waiting for Lin Fei to take the initiative to attack. "Senior brother Jia, junior brother is going to attack. You have to be careful." If it was someone else, Lin Fei definitely wouldn't be polite. But this Jia Kun, from the beginning to the end, had the demeanor of a martial artist. Naturally, he had a good impression of him. As he spoke, Lin Fei leaned forward like a leopard. The distance between the two was only a few feet. He soared into the air, and the evil black blade was not out of the scabbard. He grabbed the hilt with both hands and forcefully chopped down. At this moment, the air seemed to be split into two. No one expected that Lin Fei would lose his sense of propriety. Crazy, Lin Fei must be crazy. An expert who used the blade was like an expert who used the sword. All of their strength was concentrated on the blade and the sword. When the blade and the sword were used together, the power displayed was not as simple as 1 + 1. Therefore, for experts, weapons were a part of their strength. In particular, divine weapons could often increase their combat power by a few times. If one had a weapon, they could be counted as 100% of their combat power. If they didn't use the scabbard, the power would be less than 30%. Even if it was a divine weapon, it would be useless if the blade wasn't unsheathed. One could imagine how arrogant it was for Lin Fei to not use the blade and attack with the scabbard. If Lin Fei used it to deal with a disciple at the seventh heaven of the martial path, no one would have any doubts. Because of his previous performance, he could deal with Jia Kun without using the blade. But now, Jia Kun was an earth energy expert. Lin Fei is really bold. Senior brother Jia Kun is an earth energy expert, but he doesn't use his blade. Does he really think that he is an earth energy expert? Who knows? Maybe Lin Fei is too arrogant after his continuous advancement. I can guarantee that Lin Fei won't be able to block senior brother Jia Kun's counterattack. That goes without saying. Why are earth energy experts so powerful? It's because their chi can be transformed into earth energy, which increases their combat power. Just the protection of earth energy alone is not something that ordinary people can break. The middle-ranked and high-ranked disciples began to discuss. Would Lin Fei's attack work? Most of them thought that it was unreliable. Senior brother Jia Kun was an earth energy expert, so they estimated that Lin Fei's attack would not be able to break his defense. Jia Kun was the one who wanted to vomit blood the most. After all, he was an earth energy expert. Ever since he went on the stage, his spirit had reached a shocking level, all for the sake of witnessing the power of Lin Fei's blade. In the end, he was fully prepared, but Lin Fei did not take it seriously. Chapter 86. P.S. Sorry for the late update, please recommend me. Under the blue sky and white clouds, a cool breeze blew past. The highly anticipated top 100 disciple competition was in full swing, and the battle on the 7th arena was still intense. Jia Kun was the only one who had experienced the changes caused by Lin Fei's attack. A trace of seriousness flashed across his face, followed by excitement. Good timing! Jia Kun shouted loudly and stamped his left foot. The entire arena seemed to tremble at this moment, emitting his own majesty. He unsheathed his saber, and a cold light flashed. He raised his right hand and used the saber horizontally to block. His left palm struck out at Lin Fei, and the sound of the air being torn could be heard. The demeanor of an earth energy expert was vividly displayed at this moment. Your senior brother will let you attack first. Let's see what you can do. Jia Kun had not been in the 8th heaven for long, but he was still an earth energy expert. Naturally, he had the qualities of an earth energy expert. Among the outer disciples, there were rumors that Lin Fei was strong, and they did not believe it. It was a good opportunity for them to test it out. A horizontal saber defense and a left palm technique could be considered an invisible test. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Jia Kuan's palm technique was not an ordinary palm technique, but a completely new application of palm techniques in earth energy. This was a method that a martial earth energy expert could use. Earth energy was invisible and colorless, and it could hurt people invisibly. This palm technique is strange. Lin Fei's body exploded and his hair stood on end. This was the result of 3 months of training. He had foresight, and he had trained his reflexes in danger. He immediately slashed out 2 saber lights, forming a cross, to break through the invisible danger first. Poof! The subtle sound of something breaking through the air was like the light under the scorching sun, shuttling through the lush trees. 2 small wounds appeared on Lin Fei's left shoulder, and fresh blood dyed his green robe red. It was the invisible attack that injured him. If he had not broken it in advance, it would have been more than just a wound on his left shoulder. Lin Fei is injured. The small wounds could be seen clearly by the high-ranking disciples. An earth energy expert would always be an earth energy expert, and ordinary people could not defeat them. So the thing that made me feel danger just now was the Orochi. It's really worthy of being a technique that only an Orochi master can use. If it weren't for the 3 months of life and death tempering, I would have fallen into the opponent's trap. No wonder an Orochi master can suppress an expert at the 7th heaven of the martial Tao. The Orochi is a gap. Lin Fei suddenly understood. He finally understood the attack just now. Only an expert of stellar energy could possess stellar energy. In close combat, this was the first time Lin Fei had experienced the attack of an astral energy expert. However, Jia Kuan's astral energy attack was far less terrifying than that of the old man he had met before. Jia Kuan's astral energy was nowhere to be found. Lin Fei's attack, Jia Kuan's counterattack, and Jia Kuan's injury all happened in an instant. Anyone could see that the gap of one realm between an astral energy expert and the 7th firmament of the martial path was destined to be insurmountable. Stellar energy was one of them, and stellar energy protection was another powerful technique. Lin Fei was injured as soon as he attacked, and his chances of advancing this round were greatly suppressed. If he couldn't even block the astral energy attack, how could he defeat Jia Kuan, who was an expert of stellar energy? His left shoulder was injured, but the injury was not a problem for Lin Fei. Instead, he understood the power of stellar energy in advance. This was because Lin Fei's attack had arrived. Clang! The scabbard of the baleful black saber fell on Jia Kuan's long saber, and in an instant, an indescribable gravity pressed down like a towering mountain. Jia Kuan's expression changed drastically, and blood burst out from the perlicue between his thumb and index finger. His left leg bent, and his left hand pressed against the saber. He took 3 steps back, and his whole body crackled like an electric arc. It was the stellar energy protection that only an expert of stellar energy could use. Jia Kuan's stellar energy attack was effective, and he deduced that Lin Fei's strength was very strong, but it was not enough to deal with stellar energy. It was obvious that he didn't understand stellar energy. He was preparing to block the attack and defeat Lin Fei with stellar energy. Who would have thought that after this attack, Jia Kuan's heart was already shaken, and his thoughts were overturned. If not for the stellar energy protection that dissipated most of the force, he would have been injured in that attack. How can Lin Fei's strength be so strong? It was like a mountain pressing down, and I almost couldn't block it. Could it be that he was born with divine strength? Jia Kuan did not conclude everything on the scabbard, but he thought that Lin Fei's divine strength was amazing. Such a change in the arena had already caused a huge reaction. Even though Jia Kuan, who was an expert of stellar energy, had just advanced to the 8th firmament of the martial path not long ago, and had long understood the use of stellar energy, that attack just now clearly did not have any power, and yet he still took 3 steps back, as if he had suffered a huge blow. "Senior brother, eat another one of my moves." Jia Kuan's change was seen by Lin Fei, and he laughed out loud. Using the force of Jia Kuan's attack, Lin Fei bounced back. While he was in midair, the tip of his foot tapped on the stone pillar on the arena, and he attacked again with the same old move. Originally, he was a few feet away, but in an instant, he closed in again, and the saber in his hand fell down. The saber aura was like a mountain, rolling and crushing down. Lin Fei wanted to use his divine strength to defeat his opponent. Especially since the scabbard was not out of the body, the weight was extraordinary, like a mountain that he carried with him. Although it looked like he was bullying others, this was also one of the methods that Lin Fei used to deal with an expert of the 8th firmament of the martial path. Jia Kuan's eyebrows raised, and he realized that the situation was not good. At this time, there was no time to use saber techniques, because the opponent's speed was too fast, so fast that he could not make a move. However, the experience of an stellar energy expert was not ordinary. Jia Kuan tapped on the ground and actually slashed with his saber, meeting Lin Fei's attack from below, and quickly grasping the opportunity. Clang! A mountain-like pressure came crashing down on him once again. His protective stellar energy started to ripple, as though a gap was about to be torn open. The webbing between his thumb and forefinger hurt even more. His entire body was pressed down by the impact, and his qi and blood started to churn. He knew that if this continued, he, a stellar energy expert, might lose in the arena. Again. At this moment, the flowing wind movement technique that Lin Fei had comprehended held an endless advantage. Clang! Clang! When Lin Fei's attack landed, he did not say anything. Shwa! Shwa! 2 sabers descended from above and landed on Jia Kuan's saber. Instantly, 2 notches appeared on the body of the saber. It was as if waves were crashing down on Jia Kuan's body. Puff! How could Jia Kuan, whose blood and qi were already in turmoil, suppress the blood and qi in his body? He spat out a mouthful of blood and his complexion turned pale. He retreated to the edge of the arena, and the profound energy in his body became chaotic. "Senior brother, I won't send you off." Just as Jia Kuan suppressed his qi and qi, a fist suddenly appeared in front of him, and the fierce aura came again. His reaction suddenly became sluggish, and with an unimaginable unwillingness in his eyes, he subconsciously struck out with his left palm, trying to block this move. When the fist and palm came into contact, a huge force came, and the protective stellar energy was in chaos. Jia Kuan spat out another mouthful of blood, and his whole body flew out of the arena, falling into the crowd. Chapter 87. In the arena, even some of the seated elders could not help but stand up at this moment. They looked at Lin Fei on the 7th arena with incredulous eyes. This disciple had taken them by surprise. There was even more silence around the arena. Looking at Lin Fei on the 7th arena, everyone felt as if they had seen a monster. Lin Fei had actually defeated Jia Kuan, who was at the 8th level of the martial path. Unbelievable! Unbelievable! A scene that no one had ever thought of appeared in front of their eyes. From the moment Lin Fei's left shoulder was injured, everyone seemed certain that this exchange of pointers between disciples would be completely one-sided. Not even the stellar energy of an astral energy expert could block Lin Fei's attack. Not to mention, in the following battles, Lin Fei would definitely lose. They guessed that it would be a one-sided one, but not for Lin Fei, but for senior brother Jia Kuan. Lin Fei had used his scabbard to send Jia Kuan flying out of the arena with 4 slashes and 1 punch, successfully obtaining the qualification for promotion. This did not seem to fit the situation. When did an expert at the 8th level of the martial path become so weak? No one could explain it and no one could understand. There seemed to be nothing strange about the 4 slashes just now. Jia Kun was immediately injured and vomited blood when he faced Lin Fei's 4 slashes. Among the outer disciples, Jia Kun had always been known as the little martial fanatic. He had a very good reputation, so it was impossible for him to cheat. In other words, Lin Fei had defeated Jia Kun with his own strength. What an unimaginable thing. They could all see that the move that Lin Fei used was not some kind of saber technique, but the most ordinary attack, a move that any disciple would know. Many high-ranking disciples could not help but ask, when did basic saber attacks become so powerful? This question was puzzling. Those disciples at the 8th level of the martial path suddenly felt disgusted, as if they had eaten a fly. As long as it didn't involve them, they could turn a blind eye to it. No matter how powerful Lin Fei was before, no matter how powerful he still couldn't compete with them. He wouldn't be a threat to their position as the top 100 disciples. Jia Kun's defeat was a bad start, and all of them had ugly expressions. If Lin Fei could deal with opponents of the same level so easily, wouldn't it be equivalent to a tiger blocking the way if it was placed on disciples of the 8th heaven of the martial path? One could imagine the impact of Lin Fei defeating senior brother Jia Kun and successfully advancing to the next round. It was no less than a dark cloud that shrouded their hearts. Damn it, what kind of luck does Lin Fei have? Is cultivating the 9 revolutions mysterious art really that terrifying? To be able to defeat Jia Kun, who is at the 8th heavenly layer of the martial Tao, this method is too cruel. Everyone had the same question, but there was no way to explain it. No matter how powerful you are, you can forget about becoming a profound practitioner. This was the only place they could vent their anger. Lin Fei's performance was really too much of a bully. 4 disciples who were about to be promoted to the 9th heaven of the martial Tao, Lin Fei was a little black horse. If he met them, he would definitely lose. Jia Kun had just entered the 8th heaven of the martial Tao not long ago, so how much power could he display? This piqued the interest of the group of elders. Ha ha, I like this kid. I didn't expect that at such a young age, he would actually comprehend the heavy momentum of the saber technique. He used his body technique to support the saber momentum, not letting Jia Kun free his hands and feet to attack. This is not an ordinary calculation. Among the outer disciples, there is finally a master of the saber. If there is a chance, I must accept him as a disciple. You can't compete with me, or I will fight with you. All the elders looked at one of the elders. It was an elder with a full beard. He was the outer sex elder an expert who specialized in the use of sabers. Based on his words, the elders were usually 80 to 90% accurate. Elder who thinks highly of this disciple, that is the disciple's blessing. How can we compete with him? Who doesn't know that you are lacking a disciple? Congratulations to the elder for accepting a disciple. The other elders hurriedly echoed. Elder who stroked his beard, his face full of pride. Lin Fei, who had come down from the arena, did not know that his casual attack had already been judged by the elders. In fact, Lin Fei used the heavy momentum to borrow the effect of the baleful black saber. But who would know that the secret was in the baleful black saber? Those who did not know the truth would think so. If Lin Fei knew about it, he would definitely not know whether to laugh or cry. What was going on? Lin Fei, you brat, you hid it from us for so long. I didn't expect you to be so abnormal. Even senior brother Jia Kun was defeated by you. The expert looked at Lin Fei as if he was a weirdo, causing Lin Fei to feel uncomfortable. You didn't ask, this has nothing to do with me. The expert said. F***ck, then I've lost big. If I had known earlier, I would have followed your bet. No wonder you bet 50,000 taels on yourself to win. Lin Fei was speechless. Just when he was about to say something, someone walked out from the crowd. It was Jia Kun, who had lost the qualification. Lin Fei. Jia Kun's injury was not serious. It was just that his qi and blood were in a mess, and he would be fine after some rest. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely have dealt a heavy blow. However, Lin Fei did not deal a heavy blow and only suffered light injuries. Just based on this act of mercy, Lin Fei was a person worth befriending. "What's the matter?" Lin Fei casually stepped forward. "You are very powerful. It's not unfair for me to lose." Jia Kuan's gaze swept across the baleful black saber and looked at Lin Fei. "It's just luck. It's not worth mentioning. If it was in another place, I might not be senior brother's match," Lin Fei said humbly. It was obvious that the other party was doubting him. Jia Kuan said, "My loss is my loss. As a man, there's no need to lose face. I hope that we can continue to spar next time when we are free." Just when he turned around and walked out, Jia Kuan frowned. He turned around again and approached Lin Fei. He lowered his voice and said, "Actually, I don't like senior brother Zhang Wanshan either. I support you to beat him up. When you fight with him, you must be careful. He knows a basic combat skill and has mastered it to perfection. You must be careful." The last sentence was said very softly. Jia Kuan purposely lowered his voice so that only the two of them could hear it. Looking at Jia Kuan's back as he left, Lin Fei would never have thought that he would encounter such a good thing. Jia Kuan should be a good friend. The information provided by Jia Kuan was very important to Lin Fei. He could understand and be prepared for Zhang Wanshan. Zhang Wanshan actually knew a basic combat skill. He was really not simple. As mentioned before, a basic combat skill was a powerful attack that consumed Xian Qi to execute. Previously, when Zhang Wanshan used a middle-level combat skill, he was almost killed by a blade. Lin Fei had a deep understanding of this. Chapter 88. Lin Fei's strong appearance was indeed unexpected. Gradually, some people began to add the word "senior brother" behind Lin Fei's name. In the divine martial sect, regardless of whether it was the inner or outer sect, it was all about strength. Lin Fei, with his strength at the seventh heaven of the martial path, almost swept away experts of the same level, and then defeated senior brother Jia Kuan with a gap of one realm, successfully qualifying for the next round. With the strength shown on the arena, it was enough to call him senior brother. Senior brother represented strength and talent, regardless of age. If Lin Fei had been 3 months ago, no one present would have cared about Lin Fei, because he was not an expert and did not have the qualifications. In the previous battle, he defeated Jia Kuan with a strong force, which showed that Lin Fei was comparable to a senior brother at the 8th heaven of the martial path. Although everyone knew that Lin Fei had improved so quickly, there must be some kind of opportunity, or it was because of the 9 revolutions' mysterious art. Other than that, there was no other possibility. Lin Fei was stronger than them, so even if they were unwilling, they had to address him. Senior brother Lin Fei. On the 10 arenas, Lin Fei's previous performance was particularly eye-catching. Those disciples who were ready to show off were all dumbfounded. In this half-year competition, a freak like Lin Fei appeared. Defeating an opponent with a gap of one realm without paying much of a price was worth paying attention to. Therefore, the remaining disciples on the arenas performed particularly hard. They could not let their limelight be stolen because of the appearance of Lin Fei. Everyone saw a scene that was rarely seen. The cause was just the appearance of a freak like Lin Fei. More than 800 disciples, 10 arenas, the competition was quite fast. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. More than 800 disciples had now become about 600. They were only a few steps away from the top 100 disciples, which stimulated a group of disciples. Lin Fei stood under the arena, dazzled by the battles on the various arenas. There were fist techniques, saber techniques, and palm techniques everywhere. Each of the outer sect disciples was very strong. Generally speaking, a disciple at the 7th heavenly layer of the martial Tao would lose without a doubt when facing someone at the 8th heavenly layer of the martial Tao. After watching for an entire morning, There were very few people who advanced to the next round from the 7th layer of the martial Tao. There was no second person who was in the same situation as him. Lin Fei was quite proud of himself. This was especially so when Lin Fei saw Zhang Wanshan's gloomy face when he got off the arena. With a martial artist's vision, the distance was nothing. When the opponent was angry, Lin Fei was happy. Happiness is built on other people's pain. Number 707 Lin Fei vs. Number 612 Chen Xiaosheng. Deacon Zhang's voice resounded in the arena again. The draw this time was not good. Just like before, he drew a disciple at the 8th heaven of the martial Tao. Damn, my luck can't be that bad, right? Lin Fei cursed in his heart. He had an impression of Chen Xiaosheng. Back then, he had rejected Chen Xiaosheng's invitation. Now that they had met in the arena, it was not that he was thinking too badly, but the way he had dealt with things in his university life told him that Chen Xiaosheng would definitely bear a grudge against him. Even Lin Fei did not expect that he would draw Chen Xiaosheng. When the result of the draw came out, below the arena many people saw some clues. Rumors were just gossip after a meal, and many people would remember them. Lin Fei had his own guesses, so he was not worried that senior brother Chen Xiaosheng had any conspiracy. Once again, the 7th arena became the gathering place. Chen Xiaosheng's reputation was above Jia Kuan's, and he had entered the 8th heaven of the martial Tao for more than a year. The way he used his earth energy was ever-changing, and it was not something that Jia Kuan, who had just entered the 8th heaven, could compare to. If in the previous battle, Lin Fei had the capital to compete with an earth energy expert, then this time, they wanted to see where Lin Fei's true strength was. If senior brother Chen Xiaosheng, who had stayed for many years, could be defeated, then Lin Fei could be compared to an 8th heaven of the martial Tao. The divine martial sect could be considered to have a talented disciple. Even though, in the arena, Lin Fei wore a green robe, while Chen Xiaosheng wore a white robe. They looked at each other. Lin Fei, I didn't expect you to come out like a dark horse. It really surprised me. Unfortunately, you met me. Your promotion qualification will be ended in my hands. Clang! A long sword was unsheathed. Under the scorching sun, a cold light shone in all directions as it pointed at Lin Fei. Chen Xiaosheng did not expect that he would meet Lin Fei. Originally, he wanted Pring Bao to teach Lin Fei a lesson, but in the end, he helped Lin Fei. As a result, Lin Fei's reputation rose all the way, and it was beyond imagination. Chen Xiaosheng did not hate Lin Fei. At most, he was unhappy. This was Chen Xiaosheng's situation. Right now, Lin Fei's reputation was rising. Chen Xiaosheng knew that if he could defeat Lin Fei, he would make friends with many people and even improve his own reputation. Therefore, Lin Fei must lose. Words are useless. Let's fight. Lin Fei could hear the excitement in Chen Xiaosheng's tone. Obviously, Chen Xiaosheng treated him as a target to be bullied. Chop! With a loud shout, Chen Xiaosheng thrust the baleful black saber in his right hand forward. It was the most ordinary saber move, chop. It was a move that only beginners would use. Shocking Cloud Sword Art. Chen Xiaosheng forcefully thrust his sword upwards. His stellar qi exploded like a drop of water, turning into hundreds of fine needles. This was the stellar qi needle technique. It linked together to form a sword net, enveloping Lin Fei in the air, displaying the strength that a martial artist of the 8th layer should have. Senior brother Chen Xiaosheng is amazing. He used the astral energy needle technique right from the start. Lin Fei is going to lose this time. In less than 10 moves, once the shocking cloud sword art is used, Lin Fei will definitely lose. The disciples below the arena cheered. Many of them were Chen Xiaosheng's juniors. Naturally, they hoped that Chen Xiaosheng could defeat Lin Fei and obtain glory. It's a good move, but it's useless against me, Lin Fei lightly shouted. The baleful black saber's downward attack suddenly changed into a horizontal slash. As mentioned before, the baleful black saber was shockingly heavy. If it wasn't for the exotic fruit, Lin Fei might not even be able to lift it, let alone use it casually. Therefore, this horizontal slash did not display saber light. However, a faintly discernible heavy momentum was instantly displayed, as if the vast earth was crashing down. In the face of such momentum, everything else was futile. There's something going on. Chen Xiaoxing's eyebrows twitched. He was somewhat surprised that his move was broken, especially since the astral energy was instantly destroyed. At this moment there was no time to think about it. Seeing that his move had failed, Chen Xiaoxing drew a circle with his sword. In the eyes of the spectators, it was as if countless people were moving at the same time. Thousand Shadows movement technique. While moving, Chen Xiaoxing's sword suddenly stabbed out from different directions. In 3 breaths' time, he had stabbed out a total of 15 times. Each sword was covered in astral energy, sealing off all of Lin Fei's escape routes, leaving no chance. Shocking Cloud Sword Art, Myriad Changes. This was Chen Xiaoxing's signature move. This was where Chen Xiaoxing's quick sword came from. 15 stabs in 3 breaths' time could be considered a big move. At this moment, Lin Fei actually laughed. Chen Xiaoxing was spinning, and Lin Fei actually followed suit. The baleful black saber instantly moved. In the eyes of the spectators, they could vaguely see that Lin Fei seemed to have turned into the wind, slashing out 20 times. 20 saber strikes that the naked eye couldn't capture, coming from 20 different angles. These 20 saber strikes were like one mountain after another, continuous and endless. In the elder's seating area, Elder Hu stood up, both his eyes shining. Chen Xiaoxing is going to lose. I didn't expect Lin Fei to use such a heavy momentum to defeat his opponent. Chen Xiaoxing's loss is not undeserved. Before the spectators could understand, a muffled sound came from the stage. When the aftershock dissipated, Lin Fei's baleful black saber landed not far from Chen Xiaoxing's throat. Chen Xiaoxing's chest had 3 wounds, which were clearly formed in an instant. Chapter 89. Victory. Lin Fei won again. This time, Lin Fei was able to win. They all felt that it was unbelievable. Defeating Jia Kuan was understandable, and not too surprising. Now that Lin Fei defeated Chen Xiaoxing, who was at the 8th layer of the martial path, it was equivalent to entering the ranks of the 8th layer. Most importantly, Lin Fei's actions were baffling to everyone who saw it. The disciples were like flowers in a fog. They could not see how Chen Xiaoxing was defeated. The only thing they felt was that Lin Fei used his saber. The only thing they could catch was that they could not feel anything else. Chen Xiaoxing was defeated in such a situation. I actually lost. I lost to Lin Fei, who was trash 3 months ago. How is this possible? Looking at the cold scabbard, Chen Xiaoxing was dumbfounded. He was in a state of extreme shock. He seemed to be unable to recover. Before going on stage, Chen Xiaoxing was full of confidence. Although Jia Kuan was defeated by Lin Fei, if he made a move, he would definitely win. With this thought in mind, his face was incomparably depressed. He had never felt such a loss before. He was very unwilling to accept his defeat. Lin Fei sheathed his saber, turned around and walked down the stage, leaving Chen Xiaoxing in a daze. Only he himself knew about the consecutive attacks just now. In his heart, he treated the baleful black saber as a treasure. Using the scabbard to defeat others was probably the first time. This time, the people outside the arena automatically opened up a path for him. If before, they all doubted Lin Fei's strength, then from this moment on, Lin Fei was a true expert. In the outer sect, a true expert at the 8th layer of the martial path, even outside, could make a name for himself. It was more than enough to be an elder of a small family. Lin Fei defeated Chen Xiaoxing, who was at the 8th layer of the martial path, and entered the ranks of true high-ranking disciples. Chen Xiaoxing's defeat made Lin Fei a true dark horse. A dark horse that came out of nowhere, causing a great blow to the disciples at the 8th layer of the martial path. In fact, those disciples at the 8th heaven of the martial Tao were all moved. They were well aware of Chen Xiaoxing's strength. Even if they were to fight against him, they might not necessarily be able to defeat him. Now, Lin Fei had actually defeated Chen Xiaoxing with only 20 slashes. They knew that they could not do it. If they wanted to determine the victor, they would need at least 100 moves, and that was still relatively fast. Just now, Lin Fei's attack had only used 20 slashes. This was the most incomprehensible part. Defeating Chen Xiaoxing to advance to the next round was no less than a roadblock for the disciples at the 8th heavenly layer of the martial path. No one dared to doubt it anymore. Chen Xiaoxing was the best proof of that. The disciples at the 8th heaven of martial Dao were puzzled. There weren't many disciples at the 9th level of the martial Dao in the outer sect. At this time, they were all gathered together. Senior brother Zhang Wudi, I didn't expect Lin Fei's saber art to be so powerful. Did you notice anything? Among the disciples, a bald young man in black stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his face was full of determination. He wasn't handsome, but he had the capable spirit of a martial artist. With this question, everyone's eyes fell on the bald disciple because this bald disciple was the most popular senior brother Zhang Wudi in the outer sect. Zhang Wudi, as his name suggested, was extremely talented. In less than 3 years, he had killed his way into the 9th heaven of the martial Dao. It was rumored that he was not far from breaking through to become a martial artist. In the outer sect, Zhang Wudi had been famous for a long time. As early as when he was at the 8th heaven of the martial Dao, he could defeat a 9th heaven of the martial Dao disciple. For a time, he shocked everyone. Unfortunately, he failed to enter the top 10 of the outer sect. Even so, Zhang Wudi's name was still known by everyone. In this top 100 disciple competition, Zhang Wudi was the most popular. In their hearts, senior brother Zhang Wudi would definitely take first place in the outer sect and smoothly enter the inner sect. Zhang Wudi said in a deep voice, "Senior brothers, how many slashes do you think junior brother Lin Fei made?" No one expected senior brother Zhang Wudi to ask such a question. "Senior brother Zhang, didn't Lin Fei only make 20 slashes?" "That's right. Lin Fei's slash speed is very fast. It looked like 20 slashes to me. Could it be more than that? How is that possible? It's impossible for Lin Fei to make more slashes." The disciples could not help but be shocked. For a moment, they could not guess what senior brother Zhang Wudi was trying to say. 20 slashes was a terrifying number to them. Zhang Wudi looked at the 7th arena. Without turning his head, he said indifferently, "Junior brother Lin Fei's slash technique may seem ordinary, but it's actually profound. He didn't make 20 slashes, but 23. Junior brother Chen lost because of the last 3 slashes. If it wasn't for junior brother Lin Fei showing mercy, Chen Xiaoxing would have to recuperate for at least half a year." "What? 23 slashes? How is that possible? It clearly looked like 20 slashes. Damn it. How did Lin Fei cultivate 23 slashes? I don't think there's a second outer disciple who can make such a slash speed. No wonder Lin Fei is so ferocious. It turns out that his saber technique is so terrifying. I'm afraid he's an expert just by looking at his saber technique. Senior brother Zhang is still the best." With his golden eyes, fiery eyes, he could see that Lin Fei made 23 slashes at a glance. The inside story of the 23 slashes could not be hidden at all. It immediately spread out and attracted the attention of countless people. The low-level and middle-level disciples were all dumbfounded. It turned out that when one's saber technique reached the greater mastery realm, it would have such an effect. It was really unbelievable. Those who guessed that it was 20 slashes were dumbfounded at this moment. Lin Fei seemed to be more powerful than they had imagined. He defeated 2 experts at the 8th level of the martial path in a row and displayed amazing saber technique. He could be called a dark horse. The elders were also exclaiming in surprise. Their eyesight was better than the disciples below. It was indeed a shocking scene for Lin Fei to make such a terrifying speed. In the world of martial arts, only speed was unbeatable. With speed, any loophole in a move could be broken. Lin Fei's speed is indeed fast, almost reaching the limit. Just now, he made 23 consecutive slashes, each more stable than the last. He broke Chen Xiaoxing's attack with 15 slashes and defeated Chen Xiaoxing with the last 8 slashes. Unfortunately, Chen Xiaoxing couldn't see the last 3 slashes, which was why he lost. It seems that there's really a dark horse this time. If Lin Fei's saber speed increases again and enters the legendary realm, he might not be a match for experts at the 9th level of the martial path. You mean the Wind Realm? How is that possible? Among us outer disciples, no one has ever been able to comprehend it. How can Lin Fei do it? The elders shook their heads in disbelief. It was obviously incredible that Lin Fei could make it to this level. Against an expert at the 9th level of the martial path, his chances of winning were not high. At this moment, Lin Fei's gaze fell on Zhang Wanshan. Chapter 90. Rip. At this moment, the air seemed to have been split into two by a knife. Lin Fei's actions did not escape the attention of the observant people. They all looked in that direction and saw Zhang Wanshan standing behind the elder. As a disciple of the Zhang family, although Zhang Wanshan's talent was not good, it was above average. He was considered one of the best among the outer sect disciples, and it would not be a problem for him to become a profound practitioner after some nurturing. Among the outer sect disciples, those with good talent could become disciples of elders or deacon disciples, and their status would rise sharply among the outer sect disciples. A backer, a true backer. It was precisely because the disciples usually had the support of elders or even deacons that Jun Wuhui dared to act wantonly in the bounty hall, disregarding the presence of the elders and wanting to vent his anger on Lin Fei. If it were an ordinary disciple who dared to behave atrociously in the bounty hall, he would definitely end up in a miserable state, and most importantly, he would be punished by the law enforcement hall. This was the difference between disciples. This time, there will be a good show. 3 months ago, Zhang Wanshan wanted to teach Lin Fei a lesson in public for his younger brother, and later set up a competition in the second half of the year. I didn't expect Lin Fei to really do it. I wonder how senior brother Zhang Wanshan will feel. Definitely not. Senior brother Zhang Wanshan must be regretting it. If he loses to Lin Fei in the spar, I'm afraid he won't be able to lift his head for a long time, unless he can enter the 9th level of the martial path. Lin Fei is indeed powerful. In 3 months, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds, from an unknown to a dark horse. If he is lucky and doesn't encounter a powerful opponent, he might really be able to enter the top 100 and break the record for the shortest time a disciple at the 7th level of the martial path has entered the top 100. I'm really looking forward to the spar between senior brother Lin Fei and senior brother Zhang Wanshan. I wonder who will win in the end. Senior brother Zhang Wanshan is also a powerful figure. He once annihilated a group of bandits and made a name for himself. Everyone was quietly discussing among themselves. They did not have the courage to provoke their senior brother, unlike Lin Fei. Lin Fei stuck out his thumb and did what everyone in the world knew. The thumb that was pointing up suddenly turned upside down. Provocation, naked provocation. That's right, Lin Fei was indeed provoking them, regardless of their reactions. What happened 3 months ago was still fresh in Lin Fei's mind. Every time he thought of the memories left by the Zhang family in his mind, he couldn't help but feel impulsive and angry. Lin Fei knew very well that all of this came from the memories left behind by the previous Lin Fei, which went deep into the soul. If he didn't solve this demonic illness, it would sooner or later affect Lin Fei's emotions and even his cultivation. That was the reason for the current scene. Lin Fei wanted to resolve the demonic illness and fuse the two souls together. At the end of the day, the demonic illness was a heart demon left behind in the past. This heart demon could not be destroyed, and could not be truly fused. This was the conclusion that Lin Fei came to after looking through the ancient records. In order to achieve this result, Lin Fei spent a lot of effort and finally understood the reason why he sometimes couldn't control himself. For example, when he almost wanted to kill Zhang Zhongshan at the foot of the mountain. That was a kind of anger and unwillingness in his memory. Now, Lin Fei wanted to resolve all of this. The simplest way was to defeat Zhang Wanshan in front of everyone and get rid of this biggest demonic illness. Zhang Wanshan's face darkened. With the sensitivity of a martial artist's sixth senses, Zhang Wanshan could easily hear the discussion in the square. Although it wasn't very clear, he could still make out some of it. It wasn't difficult to guess the meaning behind it. Preposterous. Lin Fei, you bastard. Trash. Little trash. You're simply too arrogant. Zhang Wanshan clenched his fists tightly and suppressed his anger. Especially after seeing Lin Fei's actions, he couldn't help but want to fly down on the spot and chop Lin Fei into pieces. His expression was incomparably gloomy. Lin Fei had become a dark horse. In the blink of an eye, he defeated 2 disciples at the 8th level of the martial path, which was beyond Zhang Wanshan's imagination. As the old saying goes, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. In these 3 months, Zhang Wanshan needed to change his perspective and reevaluate this trash, who had killed his way out and threatened his position. Now, this trash, Lin Fei, actually dared to provoke him in front of everyone. Unforgivable, unforgivable. Whether Lin Fei advanced so quickly because of the 9 revolutions' mysterious art, or if there are other reasons, I must secretly find a chance to cripple this kid. The Lin family shouldn't have such an abnormal guy. The 5 years of family competition is about to begin, and it concerns the future of the family. The Lin family is destined to decline, so Lin Fei must not go back. I must find a chance to cripple Lin Fei. A cold light flashed in Zhang Wanshan's eyes. As a disciple of a family, as long as it involved the family's problems, it would be the first priority. Lin Fei was one of the budding seeds that needed to be destroyed. Lin Fei could defeat someone at the 8th level of the martial path. If he were to erupt again, he would not be easy to deal with and would become an uncontrollable dangerous factor. A disciple without a family would lose cultivation resources and a backer. The rise of Lin Fei meant that the Lin family would regain resources, which Zhang Wanshan absolutely did not want to see. Lin Fei must be crippled. No matter what. Wanshan, is Lin Fei the kid who cultivates the 9 revolutions' mysterious art? Sitting in front of Zhang Wanshan, the short elder who had been silent all this time spoke faintly. His hoarse voice was like a big millstone, making people uncomfortable. Master, Lin Fei did cultivate the 9 revolutions' mysterious art and successfully cultivated the 9 revolutions' mysterious art. Zhang Wanshan's face changed dramatically, and he did not dare to breathe loudly. This short elder had a solemn expression on his face. He was none other than Zhang Wanshan's master, Li Ding. He was an outer sect elder, and had a stern personality. He wasn't liked by others, and the reason why Zhang Wanshan had become Li Ding's apprentice was because of the clan's machinations. Elder Li had received a lot of benefits, and given that Zhang Wanshan had good talent and knew how to please others, Elder Li had always doted on him. Although Zhang Wanshan was very doted on and had long understood the temper of his master, Li Ding, when he heard this, he immediately understood that his master was angry. Even Zhang Wanshan could hear the discussion in the square, not to mention his master, Li Ding, who had probably heard everything in his heart, which was why he said this. Haha, your comprehension is not bad. No wonder you are so arrogant. As an outer sect disciple, you should be humble. I don't like this kind of disciple. You know what to do. The voice, which was neither light nor heavy, was like a dose of medicine that was injected into Zhang Wanshan's body. Zhang Wanshan did not dare to show any emotions. He thought to himself, haha, the heavens are really on my side. Even my master has agreed to let me deal with Lin Fei. With my master supporting me, Lin Fei, you're just a piece of trash who got lucky. How can you fight me? I understand, I will not let you down, Zhang Wanshan said. Chapter 91. P.S. Thank you Liang Xianping for your 100 Qidian coins tip. Thank you for your support. Zhang Wanshan left his master, Li Ding. As soon as he came down from above, many disciples gathered around him, including many high-ranking disciples. They also disliked the rise of Lin Fei. In their eyes, Lin Fei had long been excluded and did not belong to their circle. They disdained to be associated with Lin Fei. Once a strong person rose, it would inevitably affect the current situation, which was not what they wanted to see, so they inevitably complained and complained about it. All of them, without exception, hoped that Zhang Wanshan would defeat that kid, Lin Fei. A trash could never climb over their heads, which was tantamount to provoking the gods. It would be strange if they were happy. Zhang Wanshan agreed on the surface, but in fact, he despised them very much. They were a group of guys who only talked but did not act. They came from families and were disciples of elders, so of course, they could not show any dissatisfaction. Unity could be used to weave all the strength of unity into a large net, trapping everything inside. This was one of the methods that family disciples knew. Zhang Wanshan naturally would not offend them. Big brother, what should we do, what should we do? Lin Fei, that bastard, how dare he climb over my head? Damn it, it's too damn. As mentioned before, because Zhang Zhongshan had an elder brother, he lived a leisurely life in the outer sect. At the same time, he would bully Lin Fei from time to time. Unfortunately, these days were gone forever. Ever since he seriously injured Lin Fei last time, no one knew what kind of luck this kid had. Not only did he cultivate the 9 revolutions celestial qi, but he also cultivated a powerful saber technique that defeated opponents of the same level. Then, he used a method that made his eyeballs explode to defeat 2 experts at the 8th heaven of the martial Tao. It would be strange if Zhang Zhongshan did not get angry. He had long been restless. When he saw his elder brother coming down, Zhang Zhongshan immediately ran up and did not pay attention to his dirty tricks anymore. In the past, he might have been able to use them, but today was different. Lin Fei was no longer a fish on the chopping board. He had been taught a lesson twice, and once he almost went to hell, so he still had lingering fears. Look at you, what are you doing now? You're such a big man, yet you go around making a fool of yourself. What's there to worry about? Zhang Wanshan brought Zhang Zhongshan to a place where there was no one and immediately scolded him. Zhang Wanshan never had a good impression of this younger brother of his. Now that he was scared out of his wits because of a piece of trash, he would lose face if word got out. Lin Fei, that brat, can defeat an expert of the 8th heavenly layer of the martial Tao. This. Zhang Zhongshan immediately lost his temper and spat out a sentence. He didn't even dare to look at his elder brother. Zhang Wanshan was furious. Why did he have such a younger brother? What's there to be afraid of? So what if he can defeat a disciple at the 8th firmament of the martial path? Your big brother is not someone to be trifled with. Do you think your big brother will lose? How could I have such a foolish younger brother like you? Zhang Wanshan's eyes flashed fiercely. You will see with your own eyes how big brother cripples Lin Fei. Zhang Chongshan was indeed very afraid of his big brother. He couldn't help but smile when he heard this. His big brother was the only thing he could rely on. He would rather die than look up to Lin Fei. But Lin Fei seems to be liked by many elders. If big brother really cripples Lin Fei, I'm afraid those elders may not be willing? Zhang Zhongshan said carefully, afraid to offend his big brother. Unexpectedly, Zhang Wanshan didn't get angry but laughed with a face full of confidence. My foolish brother, no wonder your current strength is only at the 5th heavenly layer of the martial Tao. Did you forget about my master? Did you forget about the matter that was once spread in the outer sect? Zhang Zhongshan didn't have much courage, but his memory was quite good. Big brother's master, isn't it that bad-tempered and quite protective elder Li Ding? Suddenly, Zhang Zhongshan remembered something in the outer sect. Is Big Brother talking about the 9 Revolutions mysterious art? Zhang Wanshan patted his younger brother's shoulder, his eyes cold. Now do you understand? If your big brother doesn't take action, Master won't let me do anything to cripple Lin Fei. The only thing he shouldn't have done is to cultivate the 9 Revolutions mysterious art and successfully cultivate the 9 Revolutions mysterious art. This is a taboo for Master. In fact, the reason was very simple. Back then, Li Ding's talent was excellent. If nothing went wrong, he would definitely become an expert. However, in a competition, he was injured by a genius disciple using the 9 Revolutions mysterious art. His meridians were severely damaged, so he could only be an outer sect elder for the rest of his life. His strength was greatly reduced, and later, his temper became violent. Although the genius who cultivated the 9 Revolutions mysterious art had died many years ago, Li Ding still bore a grudge and did not hesitate to destroy the genius disciple's family. Since then, no matter who cultivated the 9 Revolutions mysterious art, they all fell into Li Ding's hands. The matter was done very secretly, and no one had any definite evidence. Not even the Divine Force sect's higher-ups could find any evidence. Moreover, after cultivating the 9 Revolutions mysterious art, those who cultivated the 9 Revolutions mysterious art would never be able to break through the threshold of a profound practitioner. As the number of disciples cultivating the 9 Revolutions mysterious art gradually decreased, the matter was forgotten by everyone. Lin Fei did not know that he had once again offended someone, and it was an outer sect elder. The weight of the word elder was far greater than that of a deacon. It was definitely not a good thing to be hated by an elder, and it was no less than a mountain pressing down on him. After defeating Chen Shaoxing, Lin Fei immediately found a place to sit down and recover his profound qi. Performing 23 strikes in one breath consumed a lot of Lin Fei's 9 Revolutions mysterious art. In the following battles, he had to ensure that his profound qi was at its peak. The previous battle seemed simple and quick, but in fact, Lin Fei used heavy momentum to break through Chen Xiaoxing's attack. Then, he used his saber technique to win with speed. This was Lin Fei's greatest realization in the past 3 months. Speed. It's a pity that I couldn't increase my saber speed to 25 strikes. If I could increase my saber speed to a terrifying 25 strikes, my saber technique would definitely enter a new level. Lin Fei shook his head and thought to himself. For the sake of this saber speed, in the Blackwater Mountain Range, Lin Fei had suffered a lot in exchange for the speed of 23 strikes just now. If he directly used the black saber, Lin Fei was confident that he could kill Chen Shaoxing in 15 strikes. The top 100 disciple competition continued. The battles in the 10 arenas were extremely fierce. Perhaps it was because of Lin Fei's performance that everyone performed exceptionally in the following battles, causing countless people to be surprised. The elders did not expect that Lin Fei's battle would have a competitive effect, so much so that several disciples at the 7th heavenly layer of the martial Tao could actually defeat disciples at the 8th heavenly layer of the martial Tao. Although those disciples were recently promoted and their methods could not be compared to the older disciples, it still had a great impact. Although it was not as good as the previous Lin Fei, it still gave them a lot of face. Among them, Zhang Wudi, Wang Song, and the other disciples showed what true strength was. Chapter 92. P.S. Thanks to Liang Xianping for 100 Qidian coins and 2 update tickets. Thanks to Alluring Soul Reaper for 100 Qidian coins. Also ask for recommendation tickets. 100,000 clicks, more than 500 recommendation tickets, so sad. He won again. Another 23 blades, such a fast blade technique, such a sharp attack, Senior Brother Ching can't even block 23 blades, terrifying, too terrifying, no wonder senior brother Chen Shaoxing is not his opponent. Lin Fei is mighty, too mighty. I want to learn from senior brother Lin Fei. His blade technique is too awesome. Out of the 23 blade strikes, I can only see 15. This is too much of a blow. Hehe, senior brother Lin Fei is not awesome, otherwise how would he dare to challenge senior brother Zhang Wanshan? If I knew senior brother Lin Fei was so awesome, I would bet on senior brother Lin Fei to enter the top 100 disciples, wasting a few hundred silvers. If there is no accident, senior brother Lin Fei will definitely enter the top 100 and become one of the top 100 disciples, in less than 3 months. It is shocking, senior brother Lin Fei can't not be awesome. If not for the 9 revolutions mysterious art, senior brother Lin Fei will definitely shine. What a pity, what a pity. Lin Fei once again defeated an 8th sky of martial path disciple. This time, his attack was still as simple as before. The speed of the 23 strikes was enough to suppress a disciple at the 8th heaven of the martial path. His opponent withstood 21 strikes and was defeated. Lin Fei once again rewrote history, charging into the top 100 inner disciple competition and becoming the fastest to advance. Throughout history, there had never been a lack of geniuses in the divine martial gates outer sect. People like Lin Fei were few and far between. With the strength of the 7th sky of the martial path, he consecutively defeated several disciples of the 8th sky of the martial path, proving his strength. When Lin Fei called him senior brother, no one dared to question him anymore. Everyone's attention gradually shifted to Lin Fei, especially to the low-level disciples. Lin Fei had become their target, a person who had risen to prominence in less than 3 months. If it weren't for the fact that the 9 revolutions mysterious art was difficult to cultivate and required a certain level of comprehension, many of the less talented disciples would definitely cultivate it. It was quite worth it to exchange their future for a moment of glory. As Lin Fei improved, the number of disciples decreased. On the 6th day, Lin Fei successfully made it into the top 100 disciples. Among the top 100 disciples, Lin Fei had undoubtedly become the biggest dark horse, a genuine dark horse. No one dared to question him anymore, leaving only uneasiness and vigilance. During this period, Lin Fei defeated several opponents in a row. His first move was the 23 swift blades, showing his absolute strength. One skill to dominate the world. The glory of the top 100 disciples had attracted the attention of countless people. For the disciples of the top 100, the fact that they had made it into the top 100 was the best proof in the outer sect. There was no better proof than this. At the same time, the most intense battle of the top 100 disciples was about to begin, followed by the battle of the top 10 disciples of the outer sect. Everyone was rushing towards the top 10 disciples of the outer sect. On the first arena, congratulations to the disciples who made it into the top 100. All of you have done well. The divine martial sect will become stronger with all of you. Next up, the ranking competition of the top 100 disciples will begin. The rules will be the same as before. This time, the top 100 disciples will draw a quota. Disciples who are qualified, please be prepared. The gray-robed elder loudly announced the rules as if the competition had begun. The plaza immediately burst into an uproar because they all knew that the most exciting moment had arrived. Apart from being able to witness the usage of various martial skills, they could also earn a considerable amount of silver to purchase the corresponding mystic arts and weapons. The disciples who were qualified began to rub their palms together. Most of them aimed for the top 10 disciples of the outer sect. Not only would they have a good reputation, but they would also be able to comprehend supreme martial skills. The weight of martial skills was no less than a peerless elixir. The disciples who were qualified looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with the desire to fight. It seemed that everyone would become a tiger blocking their path and take away the glory that belonged to them. The top 10 disciples of the outer sect would comprehend martial skills. No matter which goal it was, they were not willing to give up. The elders' words were no less than provoking their desire to fight again. Fight, fight without stop. Defeat the opponents, defeat every single one of them. The ranking competition of the top 100 is finally about to begin. This time, no matter what, I will advance a few ranks compared to the last time. Whoever dares to stand in front of me will be my enemy. The top 30 disciples of the outer sect will definitely be mine. No one will be able to take it away from me. Last time, I couldn't make it into the top 30, but this time, I will definitely make it. The top 30 disciples of the outer sect, here I come. Haha, the ranking competition of the top 100 disciples. This is what excitement is. For the sake of the ranking competition of the top 100 disciples, I have suffered for half a year and painstakingly honed my martial skills. Wasn't it all for this day? The top 10 disciples of the outer sect will definitely be mine. Below the stage, the top 100 disciples were all immersed in their own thoughts. Each of them had their own thoughts, but without exception, all of them wanted to obtain a good ranking. If they could obtain a good result in the ranking competition of the top 100 disciples, their status as outer sect disciples would increase by another level. If they were chosen by the elders and deacons, their future cultivation would be even better. Finally, the ranking competition of the top 100 disciples. Lin Fei looked at the elders above, his heart filled with the desire to fight. I hope I can meet an expert who can help me break through. Breaking through during a fight was what Lin Fei had always thought about. While Lin Fei was thinking about it, the elders above began to draw the number cards, causing everyone to prick up their ears. The strong disciples hoped to meet an expert, while the ordinary disciples hoped not to meet an opponent that was too strong. Number 88 Li Xing vs. Number 125 Wang Quan, Arena 1. Number 114 Zhang Meng vs. Number 245 Wang Song, Arena 2. Number 453 Qin Feng vs. Number 547 Yang Tian, Arena 3. Number 641 Li Shan vs. Number 745 Zhao Guang, Arena 9. Number 707 Lin Fei vs. Number 878 Zhang Wanshan, Arena 10. 10 arenas and 10 pairs of contestants were announced by the elders. Some were shocked, some were pleasantly surprised, some were afraid, some were dejected. There were all kinds of expressions one by one. After a brief moment of various emotions, everyone's gaze landed on the 2nd and 10th arenas. Arena 2 was because of one person. It was precisely senior apprentice brother Wang Song. This disciple who was cheering very loudly had the chance to fight for first place. The outer sect's first place, supreme glory, who would not care about it. A false reputation could ensnare no idea how many people. Martial artists were no exception. Just like being number 1 under the heavens, eternal luck was a martial artist's pursuit. Wang Song drawing attention was something that was all too normal. As for the 10th arena, everyone knew the reason. The story of Lin Fei and Zhang Wanshan that had to be told was practically known to everyone in the outer sect. The first match of the ranking competition, two fellows who were like fire and water clashed together. It exceeded everyone's imagination. Everyone's head could not come back to their senses. This was too much of a coincidence. Even more people believed that this was heaven's arrangement. Lin Fei vs. Zhang Wanshan. An abnormally exciting show unfolded in front of them. Who won? Who lost? Chapter 93. Lin Fei vs. Zhang Wanshan was no less than an intense collision. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's previous achievements, who among the outer court disciples would know that an unremarkable disciple from back then could actually do something that they couldn't imagine? In the half-year competition, he had really killed his way into the top 100 disciples. It could be said that he had passed 6 trials and killed 6 generals. From then on, no one dared to underestimate Lin Fei's strength. A person with a terrifying cultivation speed, even if he was unable to break through to become a Xian cultivator in his lifetime, was not someone they could contend with during this period of time. The battle between Lin Fei and Zhang Wanshan had long become the focus of attention of the outer court disciples. What would the result of this battle be? It was very exciting. It was even more attractive than the battle between senior brother Wang Song, who asked one of them to be a high and mighty disciple, while the other was an ordinary disciple who wouldn't take a second look. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Among the people present, who didn't have a dark side in their hearts, if they could see a trash from back then defeat Zhang Wanshan and ruthlessly trample him under their feet, it would definitely be a very exciting thing. Therefore, the battle between Lin Fei and Zhang Wanshan was more attractive than the other arenas. Who asked them to like this? Hearing the elder's announcement, the one who was most surprised was Lin Fei. They came so quickly. Could it be that even the heavens are helping me? A trace of astonishment flashed across Lin Fei's face. He subconsciously raised his head and looked up. The clear sky and white clouds were very good weather. He felt that it was strange that his luck was so good. Although he had doubts in his heart, Lin Fei wished that he could trample Zhang Wanshan under his feet as soon as possible so that his soul could truly fuse together, so that he wouldn't be unable to control his emotions from time to time. This kind of emotional reaction made Lin Fei quite unhappy. Originally, he had imagined that he would at least be in the top 50 if he encountered Zhang Wanshan. From among the outer court disciples, Lin Fei had secretly collected information, so that before he made a move, he would understand the other party in advance. As the military said, "Know thyself and know thy enemy to be victorious in 100 battles." From the information collected, Zhang Wanshan was very strong. He had the title of Blood Hand. His martial arts were very good. He had cultivated the positive yang mysterious art to the 8th heaven of the martial path. His yang qi was boundless and was very powerful. Regardless of whether it's luck or something else, since we've run into each other, I'll just deal with it once and for all. In the future, I'll be a real Lin Fei. Lin Fei took a deep breath. His entire body was filled with the desire to fight. The only goal in his eyes was to trample Zhang Wanshan under his feet, eliminate the potential drawbacks, and truly integrate into the mysterious heavenly continent. This way, he would not be affected from time to time and his emotions would not be affected. This was not what Lin Fei wanted to see. Now that the opportunity had finally come, there was no way that Lin Fei would miss it. The show is finally about to start. I'm looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to it. It's said that senior brother Zhang Wanshan is very strong and has the title of Blood Hand. Lin Fei's saber skills are amazing and the speed of his saber is so terrifying. It's quite difficult for an ordinary 8th heaven of the martial path to defeat Lin Fei. I wonder what senior brother Zhang Wanshan will do. No matter what, let's just watch the show. There will definitely be a fierce battle between them. Who would have thought that the first match would be such a good show? This time, we're really going to have a feast for our eyes. On the 10th arena, Zhang Wanshan walked up to the arena first. He was quite domineering with his chest out and head held high, which attracted a lot of cheers. Senior brother Zhang, you can do it. You'll definitely win. Senior brother Zhang, you can do it. Senior brother Zhang, you can do it. Beat that trash Lin Fei, senior brother Zhang is the best. Zhang Wanshan became famous early and had a good reputation among the outer disciples. He was also a disciple of an elder, so he had already gained many admirers. No matter what sect it was, once one was strong and had a strong background, he would be imperceptibly sought after by others. When Lin Fei walked up to the arena, it was obviously much quieter. His momentum was far less than Zhang Wanshan's. He was quite unhappy and thought to himself, "How dare you show off in front of me? I'll beat you until your mother can't recognize you." Although Lin Fei didn't have much contact with Zhang Wanshan, he had a feeling that everyone in the Zhang family was a good person. The chief culprit was Zhang Wanshan of the Zhang family. The third young master, who had been arranged by the family to stay in the divine martial sect for 5 years, had been constantly humiliated and left an indelible hatred. Over time, his hatred for the Zhang family had reached a terrifying level. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt, and magma would burst out inadvertently. Unfortunately, the volcano hadn't erupted yet. All of them were accepted by Lin Fei. At the same time, most of the elders' eyes fell on the 10th arena. These elders all knew the 9 Revolutions' mysterious skill. They had seen the power of the 9 Revolutions' mysterious skill in the past. Unfortunately, until now, no one had practiced the 9 Revolutions' mysterious skill. Now, a disciple who had practiced the 9 Revolutions' mysterious skill and powerful saber skills appeared. It was a rare scene in the outer gate of the divine martial sect. Therefore, Lin Fei attracted the interest of the elders. In the first round of the top 100 disciples, Lin Fei met Zhang Wanshan. They were all clear about the contradiction between the two, so they were quite uncomfortable. Elder Hu, I heard that you prefer disciples who use sabers and are very interested in Lin Fei. Why don't we have a small bet? Let's take the fight between Lin Fei and Zhang Wanshan in the 10th arena. Elder Li Ding's words immediately attracted the attention of the other elders. Their expressions changed, but it was very subtle. Outsiders couldn't see it, but their eyes clearly said, "I knew it would be like this." Here we go again. Elder Hu subconsciously patted the armrest of the chair with his fingers, and there was a faint anger in his eyes. His slightly angry eyes were reflected in Elder Li Ding's hands. Everyone present knew that Elder Li Ding had a bad temper. Furthermore, due to what had happened back then, as well as the conflict between him and Elder Hu Fei, they would fight from time to time. As an elder, it was a loss of face if he couldn't learn from each other. Therefore, gambling became a favorite way for the elders to fight. For example, in this year's top 100 disciples competition, some elders had a small bet. The two elders, Li Ding and Hu Fei, had been fighting for more than a few years, which was why they were uncomfortable when they heard this. When Hu Fei heard Elder Li Ding mention Lin Fei, he frowned slightly and immediately thought of Li Ding's matter. He felt bad in his heart, but his face was as usual. He's just an ordinary disciple. What's there to bet? Hu Fei flatly refused. Everyone knew that Li Ding, a lunatic, seemed to want to repeat something, such as, "Elder Hu, don't you have confidence? Haven't you always wanted to find a disciple who has a high understanding of saber skills? Lin Fei looks pretty good." Li Ding laughed. There was a hint of coldness in his laughter, and even a hint of threat. Chapter 94. P.S. Thank you for the 100 Qidian coins reward from love. The fight between Elder Li Ding and Elder Hu Fei was something that all the other elders could only watch. Obviously, this kind of thing happened all the time. At most, they would just shake their heads and not try to stop it. Taboo, everyone knew about Elder Li Ding's taboo. Normally, they would not bring it up. Plus, Elder Li Ding had many good friends in the inner sect, so the outer sect elders did not dare to say anything and let Li Ding do whatever he wanted. This time, from the very beginning, and Elder Hu Fei's admiration for Lin Fei, it was no different than adding sand in Elder Li Ding's eyes. When Elder Li Ding proposed a bet, no one was surprised. After all, Elder Li Ding was this kind of person, and Lin Fei had obviously violated the taboo. Many elders were secretly wondering if they should remind their disciples not to train in the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art. It was not a good thing to provoke someone like Li Ding. Hu Fei's heart was full of anger. He thought to himself, "Li Ding, you've gone too far. You're shameless. I've finally found a disciple that I admire, but you just had to provoke me. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" All this time, Hu Fei did not like Li Ding, who took advantage of his seniority, and he even hated him. But because he was an outer sect elder, he did not really care about it. Now, Elder Li Ding wanted to make a move on Lin Fei. How could Hu Fei not know what was going on? He was not an outer sect elder, and Zhang Wanshan was Li Ding's favorite disciple. Putting all these together, it was not hard to come up with a conclusion. Li Ding was going to make a move again. Hu Fei didn't get angry but laughed instead. Elderly, I heard that you just happened to have 1,000 cloud flipping palms in your possession. It's a mid-grade yellow rank profound technique, and this elder quite likes it. If you use this mid-grade yellow rank profound technique as a wager, then I'll agree to bet with you. Li Ding's face did not show any emotion. He laughed and said, "No problem, it is just 1,000 palm of flipping clouds, it is of no use to me. But I like your 1,000-edge sword, a middle-rank mortal weapon. Since you have no use for it, why not use it as a bonus? 1,000-edge sword, middle-rank mortal weapon, 1,000 palm of flipping clouds, mid-grade yellow-ranked Xian art." All the elders had shocked expressions on their faces, and a trace of greed flashed across their faces. As elders, they were also very concerned about divine weapons. They all had an understanding of the power of mid-grade mortal weapons, but they didn't think that they would bet on mid-grade Xian arts and mid-grade mortal weapons. This bet was a little too big. Since Elderly has spoken, it would be inappropriate for me to refuse. I agree to this bet. If it weren't for Li Ding's last sentence, Hu Fei wouldn't have even intended to bet with Li Ding at all. It was all because of his anger. A man fought for his pride, and a Buddha fought for his incense. He couldn't lower his head even if he wanted to. The two of them came to an agreement, and the bet was completed. In the arena. He. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, Zhang Wanshan let out a hearty laugh. A powerful aura that was like a mountain pressed down on Lin Fei at lightning speed, as if he wanted to press Lin Fei onto the stage. In terms of momentum, who's afraid of who? Lin Fei snorted coldly. His eyes flashed like lightning, and the aura that he had retracted rushed out, no longer suppressing it. Instantly, his aura became like a sharp blade, striking towards the towering mountain. In an instant the two clashed. At this moment, both Lin Fei and Zhang Wanshan viewed each other as opponents. Neither was willing to fall behind. This was not only related to their future positions, but also the future of their clan. Zhang Wanshan wanted to cripple Lin Fei so that he wouldn't become an enemy of the clan. He also wanted to prove to everyone that a mere piece of trash, no matter how powerful he was still trash. Lin Fei's goal was very simple. He wanted to defeat Zhang Wanshan and trample him beneath his feet, erase all the resentment in his heart, and truly integrate into the Xiantian continent. This would save him a series of troubles in the future. Both sides' auras rose and the battle began. Lin Fei, you really didn't disappoint me. In just 3 short months, your strength has increased by leaps and bounds. Even a disciple at the 8th level of the martial path isn't a match for you. This is indeed surprising. This is good as well. I don't want to be accused of bullying my junior. Let's settle this now. Zhang Wanshan said calmly. I'm sure senior will be disappointed. I have the life of a mantis, and not just anyone can beat me to death. But senior, are you prepared? Don't fail miserably at such a simple task. Lin Fei laughed coldly, his eyes piercing towards Zhang Wanshan, not giving in at all. Zhang Wanshan laughed out loud and said, "What an arrogant junior brother! No wonder you were kicked out of the Lin family like a piece of trash, yet you still dared to talk big. Today, not only will I cripple you, I will also destroy your Lin family. In the 5-year competition, your Lin family will disappear, and you will also become worthless. Enjoy the last days that belong to you." For some reason, Lin Fei's face was full of anger. The Lin family, Lin Fei, this fake, really didn't have many thoughts. It felt very distant, like a chasm. He thought to himself, as expected of a disciple from a family. You want to use my Lin family to shake my mind. Unfortunately, you don't know that I am just a fake. Humiliating my Lin family, you are courting death. The enraged Lin Fei leaned forward and immediately pounced like a leopard. He raised his hands and sent out 2 rainbow-like saber lights, one above and one below, at Zhang Wanshan's chest and lower abdomen. The sharp saber lights seemed like they could tear space apart. In the eyes of others, Lin Fei seemed completely enraged. Impulsive. Many people began to shake their heads. Lin Fei's calmness was completely not up to par. Zhang Wanshan laughed. He couldn't even control his self-restraint. Just a few words had completely infuriated him. No matter how strong he was, so what if he defeated a disciple at the 8th level of the martial path? He was still being toyed with by me. He would still be defeated by me. This is the attack break for me. Zhang Wanshan casually pointed 2 fingers, and 2 stellar energy fingers shot out. His expression was relaxed and satisfied. The 2 blade lights hit the ground like glass, and were instantly pierced by the 2 fingers. Just this attack alone was better than the average disciple at the 8th level of the martial path. You do have some skill. This way, I can use my absolute strength to defeat you. Lin Fei's left hand slashed out 3 blade lights, wiping away the remaining power of the earth energy fingers. He had always been unaffected by earth energy technique. Even with the invincible Vajra body, he still didn't dare to underestimate it. The baleful black saber landed in his hand. Without unsheathing it, he raised his hand and slashed. 1 slash into 2. This slash was the full strength of Lin Fei's blade. The blade light was like white light, dangerous and threatening. The air was suddenly cut into 2. As soon as this saber was unleashed, it immediately shocked everyone. Chapter 95. P.S. Thanks to Percival for the reward of 588 Qidian coins, becoming an apprentice. Thanks to Liang Xianping for the reward of 100 Qidian coins, becoming an apprentice. The elder was the first to be shocked by this slash. The deacon was shocked by this slash. Zhang Wudi and the other disciples at the 9th heaven of martial path were shocked one after another, revealing a look of disbelief. The disciples at the 8th heaven of martial path were all shocked and dumbfounded. All the outer disciples were stunned on the spot by this slash. They were all shocked by this stunning slash, which made them feel invincible. This slash was sharp and ferocious, like a tiger released from its cage, wanting to tear everything in front of it to shreds. No one expected that Lin Fei would erupt with such a powerful attack. Strong, too strong. Chen Shaoxing, who was defeated by Lin Fei before, was originally full of anger. After seeing this move, his mouth directly turned into an O shape, as if at this moment, a duck egg could be stuffed inside. How can he be so powerful? If Lin Fei used this move, then I wouldn't be able to block it at all? Is this Lin Fei's real strength? A cool breeze blew, and Chen Shaoxing found that his back was full of cold sweat. All of it was caused by fear. Such a terrifying guy, and he still wanted to find a chance to take revenge on Lin Fei. Chen Shaoxing wanted to slap himself a few times to wake up his mind. He simply did not want to live anymore. Facing this slash, Chen Shaoxing no longer had any temper, and as for revenge, it disappeared without a trace. What a joke! Chen Shaoxing did not dare to make things difficult for Lin Fei. Therefore, Lin Fei was immediately listed as a dangerous person. Chen Shaoxing himself could not block this move, and he could not even break it. He could only brace himself to break it. Situations similar to Chen Shaoxing's kept appearing among the outer disciples. They were all shocked by Lin Fei's stunning slash. This slash was not the divine force sex saber art, but the saber art of the outside world. Lin Fei's stunning slash was to defeat Zhang Wanshan in a strong way. Strength, what is strength? Lin Fei could imagine the current situation. However, the only thing in his heart right now was to defeat Zhang Wanshan and trample him beneath his feet. He also wanted to leave an unforgettable memory for Zhang Wanshan. Everything was going to happen soon, and he was about to succeed. Lin Fei's bones were just that vicious. As long as there were no casualties in the arena, everything would be fine. After all, accidents were inevitable. From the moment Zhang Wanshan stepped onto the stage, Lin Fei could see the savage aura in his opponent's eyes. He knew better than anyone that if he were to show mercy, Zhang Wanshan would not necessarily show mercy. Therefore, Lin Fei immediately launched a powerful attack, not giving Zhang Wanshan a chance to attack. Deng deng deng! Zhang Wanshan's expression was no longer as calm as before. Shock flashed across his face, and even though he hid it well, it still revealed the shock in his heart. Unsheathing his sword, Zhang Wanshan soared into the air, and the saber and sword clashed. Zhang Wanshan's reaction was extraordinarily fast, but even so, he was still forced back 3 steps, leaving a deep groove in the ground of the stage behind him. 3 step. 3 forceful step. 3 steps in front of everyone. How could Lin Fei give Zhang Wanshan a chance to catch his breath when he forcefully used the single cut in 2? He didn't even give his opponent a chance to think or even counterattack. The second saber slashed down again, and it was still the single cut in 2. The second time he used the single cut in 2, 2 rays of white light strangely appeared, and the saber style changed. In the midst of the ferocity, it was accompanied by a mountain-like pressure that pressed down from above. Madness! The outer sect disciples went crazy. Anyone could understand the terror of this saber. It must have consumed a lot of profound qi to force Zhang Wanshan back. Who would have expected that Lin Fei would use this fierce saber again? He forced Zhang Wanshan back with a single saber. What about the second saber? No one knew and no one could predict. They were all attracted by Lin Fei's saber. Apart from that, they admired him even more. This was Lin Fei's true strength. Saber technique, single cut in 2. Lin Fei had already comprehended it to an extremely profound level. Once he made a move, his killing intent would be overwhelming, as if he could cut through everything in the world. He could also control his profound qi within a certain range. Zhang Wanshan's long sword produced countless sword flowers, and the horrifying expression on his face froze before it could fade away. This was because the second saber had brought about another heaven-defying change. Shock, unwillingness, and surprise gathered on Zhang Wanshan's face. He was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. How could Lin Fei be so powerful? He was so powerful that even Zhang Wanshan couldn't feel it. Clang! 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 The 2 figures swayed one after another, and a series of clashing sounds came from the arena. The crowd saw Zhang Wanshan's battered figure escaping from the battle. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and he was no longer calm. He was injured. He was injured. Zhang Wanshan was injured by Lin Fei. The third saber, single cut in 2 tornado. Lin Fei's entire body spun as he turned into a tornado. His saber light was like a white shadow. At this moment, in the eyes of the spectators, it seemed as if Lin Fei had slashed out 10 times, 50 times, or even 100 times. In fact, a huge tornado had appeared on the entire stage, and the saber light was like a shadow. On the spectators' stand, the elders could no longer sit still. Elder Hu Fei's eyes were wide open. His brows were sometimes furrowed, and sometimes relaxed, as if he was deep in thought. No, this isn't right. This isn't the Wind Realm. The Wind Realm shouldn't be like this. I get it now. Ha ha, what a good lad. He actually used his own movement technique to reach the limits of his speed and evolved into something similar to the Wind Realm. What a genius! He's truly a genius. The other elders were also able to see what was going on, and they looked at Lin Fei as if he was a monster. They almost thought that Lin Fei, an outer disciple, had comprehended the Wind Realm. If that was really the case, they didn't know how to describe it. Wind Realm. Looking at the entire divine martial sect, there were only a few disciples who comprehended the Wind Realm. At most, they could comprehend a part of it, but it was extremely beneficial. If anyone comprehended the Wind Realm, they could torture others to death with just their speed. Obviously, they didn't recognize it until Elder Hu Fei reminded them. Only then did they realize that Lin Fei hadn't comprehended the wind realm, but he was able to take a shortcut and execute a tornado. This was the most unbelievable part. If they didn't see it in front of them, they would have thought that it was fake. On the arena, the saber light was like a shadow. The huge tornado covered the sky recklessly and occupied the entire arena. No one could find Lin Fei's position. It was as if he had become a part of the tornado. It was flawless and flawless. Dang dang dang, swish swish swish, the saber light and the astral chi clashed. A dangerous aura pervaded the entire arena. Withdraw. With a loud rumbling sound, the entire tornado rolled downwards. Zhang Wanshan was already forced to the edge, and was truly in a state of shock. Coarse big hands stretched out from the sky like the wind and moved along the saber light. Dang! Zhang Wanshan immediately felt his hand going numb when the long sword left his hand. This was just the beginning. Chapter 96. 2 white teeth fell to the ground with a puddle of blood. It was a dazzling sight. Zhang Wanshan, who was at the 8th level of the martial path, was actually slapped in the face by Lin Fei's disciple. Lin Fei was the best proof of what true strength was. Everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. Shock, jealousy, envy, jealousy, anger, indignation, and all sorts of other emotions filled their hearts. Some of the disciples even widened their eyes in shock. Some of them were so impulsive that their veins were bulging on their hands. They could not believe that their senior brother, whom they revered, would be unable to withstand 3 slashes and lose 2 of his teeth. Unbelievable! 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 The powerful senior brother Zhang Wanshan in their eyes couldn't even block 3 slashes and lost his teeth. It was like the collapse of a skyscraper. Zhang Wanshan's teeth were knocked out in front of everyone. Elder Li Ding was the first to be shocked. Although Elder Li Ding was expressionless, the slight movement of his fingers revealed his current mood. The cold aura around him made people afraid to approach him. He was angry. Elder Li Ding was angry. Li Ding knew Zhang Wanshan's strength very well. He was immediately suppressed and slapped in the face, which was no different from a slap to his own face. Those elders, who were originally dissatisfied, were secretly laughing. Even their gazes were filled with smiles. Damn brat! Li Ding cursed in his heart. Ever since that year, Li Ding had hated all the disciples who cultivated the 9 revolutions mysterious art. He felt that they were unforgivable and had to be erased, causing him to have an extremely dark mentality. My teeth! Zhang Wanshan covered his mouth. His front teeth were knocked out and his mouth was leaking air. He spat out the words with difficulty. His face was filled with indescribable shock. And this was just the beginning. Since Lin Fei wanted to forcefully defeat Zhang Wanshan, he wanted to trample on Zhang Wanshan in front of everyone in the Divine Martial Plaza. 8 Desolation Fist. Lin Fei, who had amazing saber skills, switched to the sharp baleful black saber and smashed down with his fist. This fist was steady and ferocious, just like the previous saber skill. Just like the name of the fist skill, it could break through everything. Lin Fei's shadow split into 3. Before Zhang Wanshan could finish his sentence, everyone saw Lin Fei throw out a mysterious punch. It was a domineering punch that landed squarely on Zhang Wanshan's chest. Pooh! The protective stellar energy around his body seemed to have lost its effect, allowing Lin Fei's fist to pass through him. Zhang Wanshan choked back the last word he wanted to say. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and staggered back 7 or 8 steps. Zhang Wanshan, feel good. The best part is yet to come. Lin Fei's cold voice was like the judgment of a fiend god, landing heavily on Zhang Wanshan's heart. With great difficulty, Zhang Wanshan stabilized his body. Before he could recover from the intense pain, his vision blurred. His head swayed and the white teeth flew out again. But Lin Fei's movement technique was already astonishing, and when he used the 8 Desolation 6 Harmonies fist, how could Zhang Wanshan block it? Don't forget that Lin Fei's divine strength was astonishing. Pa! In the arena, Lin Fei grabbed Zhang Wanshan's collar and whipped him twice. Teeth again. Zhang Wanshan almost vomited blood. He couldn't accept that he couldn't take Lin Fei's move, and he couldn't even find a chance to fight back. His internal organs were tumbling, and his Xian Qi was even more chaotic. He couldn't control it, and his stellar energy couldn't gather together to form the best protective barrier. 8. Desolation return. Lin Fei tossed Zhang Wanshan into the air. Someone was even faster than her, descending from the sky and appearing in the air above Zhang Wanshan, stomping down. Bang bang bang. Pav in the arena, Zhang Wanshan was like a doll, thrown up and down. He was extremely miserable. A dignified expert at the 8th heaven of the martial Tao couldn't use his martial arts, and he couldn't find a chance to resist. Lin Fei was like a mighty tiger, beating Zhang Wanshan to pieces. Every time Lin Fei slapped Zhang Wanshan's face, it felt like he was slapping a high-ranking disciple. Who would have thought that Lin Fei had hidden his strength so deeply? He went all out from the very start, actually suppressing Zhang Wanshan? Most importantly, Zhang Wanshan made one mistake after another. Bang! Zhang Wanshan was punched in the chest again, and his whole body fell on the arena. He was already on the verge of death. His face was swollen like a pig's head, and his eyes couldn't open. He was in a state where he couldn't breathe. Almost all of his teeth were hit by Lin Fei. Zhang Wanshan couldn't speak very smoothly. After spitting out a word, he no longer had any strength. His eyes, mixed with anger and resentment, fell on Lin Fei. You still dare to look at me like that? It seems that you have a lot of resentment. Lin Fei stomped down, and Zhang Wanshan immediately vomited blood. He didn't expect Lin Fei to be so thick-skinned. He was injured, but he still dared to attack him. Until now, he still didn't understand. He didn't even use his best skill. How could he defeat him? Endless resentment on the square. Lin Fei's actions made everyone dumbfounded. To beat a disciple at the 8th heaven of the martial Tao like a sandbag, to the point that the other party lost the ability to fight back. How strong was this? Was this a disciple at the 8th heaven of the martial Tao? They didn't dare to believe it. Ho ho! Lin Fei let out a long sigh. What followed was a sense of satisfaction. It was an extraordinary sense of satisfaction. Zhang Wanshan on the stage was carried down. Lin Fei suddenly wanted to laugh. You also have this day, you deserve it. At this moment, Lin Fei felt refreshed, more comfortable than a massage. His whole body seemed to belong to him, exuding a different feeling. Lin Fei knew very well that he had cut off a part of the resentment left behind. Don't worry, I helped you take care of your biggest enemy, Zhang Wanshan. I will also help you complete the next things. You can go in peace. Lin Fei secretly said in his heart. If he cut off the rest of the resentment, the task would be almost completed. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about being affected by emotions, and he wouldn't have to worry about the situation of qi deviation. When Lin Fei came down from the stage, he found a lot of people gathered together. On the square, there was a sudden burst of enthusiastic cheers. Lin Fei promotion! 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 P.S. There is no fair thing in the world, it is all deception, the weak are prey to the strong. Even if you have a righteous and virtuous heart, you will still be bullied. If you don't want to be bullied, you have to create your own world. I want to break the rules, ethics, order, and build a world that belongs to the heart. Chapter 97. P.S. Thank Liang Xianping, Marquis of the Apocalypse. 100 Qidian coins as a tip and asking for recommendation votes. What a dismal recommendation votes. In the first round of the top 100, Lin Fei's promotion was indeed surprising. If it was an ordinary disciple, they wouldn't feel anything. But the result was out of their expectations. The show that they were looking forward to had turned into a one-sided victory. Out of 10 people, there might not be anyone who knew. Zhang Wanshan hadn't even made a move, but he was beaten by Lin Fei to the point where he couldn't even fight back. Apart from shock, everyone would have the same thought. In the short term, Lin Fei must not be offended. At least, before they become profound practitioners, they must not have any conflict with Lin Fei. Lin Fei was too cruel. Li Ding, who was at the 8th level of the martial path and had reached the acme of perfection in the use of earth energy, was actually unable to dodge or defend against Lin Fei's fist technique. It was a rare occurrence. With Lin Fei's strength, other than a fool, who would dare to offend Lin Fei? Zhang Wanshan was a good example. The competition of the top 100 disciples ended up like this. It was no less than a joke played by the heavens. They had a new understanding of Lin Fei. Those disciples who had bullied Lin Fei in the past were filled with regret. Why did they bully Lin Fei in the past? Now that he was powerful, what if he wanted to take revenge on them? They didn't dare to think about it. Elder Li, I'm sorry. It seems that you can't take away my azure edge sword. But your 1,000-cloud flipping palms. Hu Fei didn't finish his sentence. Everyone knew what he meant. He stroked his beard and laughed. Elderly, to think that you would have such a day. I'm afraid that disciple of yours won't be able to fight for the next few months. Hu Fei laughed in his heart. The two of them had been fighting and Hu Fei had been at a disadvantage. Now that he had a chance to attack Li Ding, he obviously wouldn't be courteous. His face showed a respectful expression. Elder Hu, don't worry. I will send someone to deliver the palm technique manual. Li Ding flicked his sleeves and stood up. It was obvious that he did not have the face to continue staying here. He was like an ice-cold stone that no one dared to approach. In fact, Li Ding's mood was a mess. In the past, Hu Fei was no match for him in terms of tactics and schemes. He did not expect that he would lose Jing Zhou due to his carelessness this time, allowing that little bastard Lin Fei to snatch his promotion. After Elder Li Ding left, the remaining elders all had smiles on their faces. Well done, Elder Hu. Looks like you have a good disciple. If you train him well, he will definitely become a decent saber expert. To have such a comprehension ability at such a young age, maybe our divine martial sect will produce an expert who has comprehended the Wind Realm, and his name will be known throughout the falling empire. Hu Fei was in a good mood. This time, he had found the right disciple. No matter what, he had to take him as his disciple. So what if he cultivated the 9 revolutions mysterious art? He might even have the chance to break through and become a profound practitioner. Hu Fei accepted all of the elders' congratulations. It seemed like he could become Lin Fei's master very soon. Lin Fei did not know that he was valued by the elders and was even going to become an elder's disciple. Right now, Lin Fei was busy dealing with a group of high-ranking disciples. Many of them came to curry favor with him or to seek forgiveness. Being hated by a ferocious enemy was definitely a frightening thing. As Lin Fei defeated Zhang Wanshan, he instantly set a tall and ferocious example. In 3 months, Lin Fei crossed from the 4th heaven of the martial path to the 7th heaven of the martial path, increasing by 3 small realms and becoming a high-ranking martial artist. He showed his might along the way, sweeping his opponents and smoothly entering the top 90. Lin Fei's name instantly surpassed Zhang Wudi and Wang Song, becoming the focus of the outer sect. After all, Lin Fei had set the divine martial sect's record for the shortest cultivation time. 3 small realms, an average of 1 small realm per month. Such a cultivation speed could not be found in the outer sect, and it could be said to be a record. First, cultivation record. Second, valiant combat power, especially the last move. They were all dumbfounded. The tornado-like attack, the saber move, mysterious and unpredictable. They could not withstand such a storm of attacks. Third, from trash to a talented disciple, it only took him 3 months. The following battles, Lin Fei once again became a dark horse. After the previous battles, all the opponents he encountered were generally unable to withstand Lin Fei's storm of attack. Top 80. top 60, top 50, top 40. Lin Fei was strong all the way, killing his way into the top 10. As mentioned before, among the disciples above the 7th heaven of the martial path, there were very few people at each realm, and there were also not many disciples at the 9th heaven of the martial path. Lin Fei's luck was good, and he did not encounter any 9th heaven of the martial path disciples, which could be considered one of the highlights, killing his way into the top 10 of the top 100 disciples. Without a doubt, Lin Fei was the biggest dark horse among them. The top 10 of the outer sect would have the right to enter the forbidden ice ground, and at the same time, they could be selected to become an inner sect disciple, one of 2 opportunities a year. The top 10 of the outer sect were all fought out with strength. With Lin Fei's strength at the 7th heaven of the martial path, it seemed out of place among them, but no one dared to look down on Lin Fei. The top 10 of the outer sect was as solid as ever, without the slightest bit of exaggeration. At this level, regardless of winning or losing, one would obtain the qualification to become an inner sect disciple and comprehend combat skills in the forbidden ice ground. The most exciting moment had finally arrived. Who would be first in the outer sect? Everyone would wait and see. Under the night sky, Lin Fei's residence. In the small courtyard, Lin Fei put down the paper in his hand, letting it fall on the stone table like fallen leaf. His thoughts were full of thoughts, and he was very frustrated. He drew his saber, and his entire body danced in the courtyard like the wind. The baleful black saber slashed forward, like a white light, slashing out one saber after another. Vent, vent. At this time, Lin Fei wanted to vent and cut everything in front of him. F***ck, I get what I want. What a headache. Lin Fei thought that he could integrate into the Xiantian continent, but when he received the letter from the Lin family, his subconscious resentment began to play havoc, making him feel uncomfortable all over. This letter was sent by the Lin family. The purpose was very simple, to ask Lin Fei to go back. Lin Fei was not stupid. He knew what Zhang Wanshan's words meant. The Lin family's situation was not very good, and they did not expect him to be of much help. It was just a form of etiquette. As for whether he would go or not, Lin Fei believed that the family probably did not remember him. It seemed to be the 3rd young master. Since the letter has come, I can go back. If I don't deal with these things, I will be affected from time to time. It is not a good thing. I hate this kind of uncomfortable feeling. One slash after another, the air in front of him was cut in half. Chapter 98. P.S. Thanks to Liang Xianping for the reward of 688 Qidian coins. Thanks to You Mrs. Yu for the reward of 1888 Qidian coins. Lin Fei was originally in a good mood. The sudden letter from the Lin family was as disgusting as swallowing a fly. It was extremely irritating. The previous Lin Fei was tormenting him again. What was his 3rd young master? A worthless thing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed in the Divine Force sect for 4 years. The resentment didn't come from Lin Fei, but from the previous Lin Fei. Bulsh *T young master. Bulsh *T Lin family. Lin Fei attacked purely to vent his anger, and each attack was stronger than the one before. The resentment left by the previous Lin family, especially towards the Lin family, was no less than the resentment towards Zhang Wanshan. For 4 years, a good time, the Lin family didn't care about him and didn't make any noise. It had a great impact on the Lin family, and they couldn't help but resent him. Therefore, the imposter Lin Fei was unlucky and was affected again. Straight slash. Horizontal slash. All kinds of slashes. At this moment, Lin Fei was completely in a state of venting. The baleful black saber rose and fell, and the air was constantly split into 2, repeating the cycle. Lin Fei was irritated, and he knew very well that the previous Lin Fei had affected him. The sealed memories kept coming, and they kept attacking him like a torrent. In the courtyard. 1 slash, 10 slashes, 100 slashes. 2 slashes overlapped, 3 slashes overlapped. Lin Fei's entire movement was as smooth as flowing water. He didn't even know how many slashes he had made. Anyway, in his subconscious mind there was only one thought: keep slashing. Cut everything. Cut off all the irritations. Too slow. Too slow. Lin Fei shook his head in dissatisfaction. He always felt that the speed of slashing was too slow, and he couldn't slash again before the air closed. Faster! Faster! If anyone was present, they would definitely be dumbfounded. At this moment, Lin Fei's expression was solemn. He grabbed the baleful black saber with both hands and slashed again and again. If one looked closely, 2 slashes, then 3 slashes, then 1 slash. It was clear that the speed of the saber had reached a terrifying level, even breaking through the current limit. If the news of Lin Fei's speed spread outside, everyone would be shocked, especially if the elders were present. He would definitely be surprised to find that this was clearly a state of enlightenment. When a certain saber technique was cultivated to its limit, there would often be an epiphany due to certain reasons. Lin Fei originally wanted to use the speed of his saber strikes to continuously cut away his irritation so that he could vent his anger and not hold it in. As he continued to strike, the only thing in his mind was the saber strikes. Until now, the only thought in his mind was to strike. He always felt that the speed was too slow, and it was not the speed of the saber strikes in his mind. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When Lin Fei raised his saber and slashed again, his eyes immediately lit up. Yes, that's it. He raised his hand and the saber fell. One saber split into 5. 2 blades divided into 10 blades. The speed of the saber technique was terrifying. Just now, what happened to me? When Lin Fei woke up, the courtyard was in a mess. He was shocked and looked at the courtyard in disbelief. The small courtyard was no longer as quiet as before. Instead, it was in a mess. There were cobweb-like ravines all over the courtyard. On the ground, on the walls, on the stone table, there were cracks left by the saber light everywhere. Every crack was bottomless, like a crack in space, exuding a dangerous aura. Was this caused by me? Lin Fei was relatively confident in his saber technique. He couldn't believe the damage he caused to the small courtyard. The saber intent left in the cracks, and even the mouth of the cracks, were completely beyond his imagination. Just now, I seemed to be very irritable and wanted to vent. Then, I don't know why, suddenly, Lin Fei suddenly realized something and finally recalled something. Could it be that I had a small epiphany again? Rise. Lin Fei grabbed the baleful black saber with one hand and slashed forward. A shocking scene followed. It was a simple slash. Lin Fei slashed out subconsciously. There were 5 slashes in front of him. It was not one slash as he had imagined, but just a casual strike. On the ground of the small courtyard, 5 glaring cracks were cut on the bluestone, proving that everything just now was real. On the arena, Lin Fei's speed had reached the limit. In the eyes of others, it was 1 slash for 20 slashes. Only he himself knew how much effort he had put into this slash. But now, a casual strike was 5 slashes. Lin Fei moved forward and waved the baleful black saber again. Swish, 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 bang, bang, bang. Oh my God, I actually broke through the limit and increased the speed of my saber again. I can make 30 slashes with 1 breath of profound qi. Lin Fei himself was dumbfounded, as if he was dreaming. 30 slashes. 23 slashes was Lin Fei's maximum limit. He didn't expect that because of a small matter, he could smoothly break through the limit and increase the speed of his saber to 30 slashes. Since I can make 30 slashes, why can't I combine them together and increase the power? Lin Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. He couldn't help but let out a long roar. His feet moved like the wind and he raised his saber. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Fei morphed into a light breeze, slashing again and again. Every slash came together like a white beam of light slashing the ground. The small yard suddenly rumbled, and a huge shock wave rippled out. Even Lin Fei himself subconsciously used the invincible Vajra body. The power was too great, far beyond his expectations. 3 slashes into 1. 5 slashes into 1. 6 slashes into 1. 10 slashes into 1. 2 hours later, Lin Fei stopped. The small courtyard had become unbearable to look at. Unexpectedly increasing the speed of his saber, and combining the saber techniques was just a whim. Lin Fei himself didn't expect that he would have a breakthrough at this time. If I meet Zhang Wanshan again, I'm afraid he won't even be able to block one of my moves. Even though I can only combine 10 slashes into 1, the power produced is still not something he can withstand. Combining 10 slashes into 1 was equivalent to 10 people attacking at the same time. The power was naturally great. Lin Fei had completely tossed aside all his worries from before. Originally, after entering the top 10 of the outer sect, Lin Fei didn't intend to continue to expose his strength. Now that he had an epiphany, he could combine the number of slashes. How terrifying would that be? Unending thunder! The long saber struck out, and a huge hole was immediately blasted open on the bluestone on the ground. Chapter 99. The next day, on the Divine Item Square, the top 10 hegemony competition continued. Today, everyone knew that the Divine Martial Sect would decide the top 10 disciples, especially the most popular outer sect number 1. It was worth looking forward to it. Senior Apprentice Brother Zhang Wudi first. Senior Apprentice Brother Zhang Wudi first. Senior Apprentice Brother Wang Song first. Senior Apprentice Brother Wang Song first. The top 10 disciples, the most popular were the 2 senior brothers Zhang Wudi and Wang Song. The cheers were the highest. The other outer sect disciples more or less had a certain chance. Lin Fei was obviously much less. Among the top 10 disciples, 8 were at the 9th level of the martial path, the remaining 1 was at the 8th level, and the other was the dark horse Lin Fei. The drawing of lots began. The top 10 disciples drew lots and replaced an elder, Elder Jin, who was known as impartial, to avoid cheating. Lin Fei vs. Jun Wuhui, first ring. Zhang Wudi vs. Qing Xiaohua, second ring. Wang Song vs. Taizhan, third ring. The 5 pairs of opponents immediately drew out the result. No one was surprised by this result. It was inevitable that senior apprentice brother Zhang Wudi and master Wang Song did not meet. 5 pairs of contestants would decide the top 3, and the rest would decide the top 7 disciples. The first ring once again became the focus of attention. They had long heard of the conflict between Lin Fei and Jun Wuhui. No one would have thought that they would meet in the top 10. It was another good show on stage, and they were all looking forward to it. Among them, the most shocked was Jun Wuhui. Lin Fei, you are more powerful than I thought. Jun Wuhui was still dressed in white, however, your luck will stop here. I think you should remember what I said last time. This matter is not over, and now you will start paying the price. Stop? Lin Fei smiled. Senior apprentice brother Jun, you are wrong. It should not be me who stops, but you, Jun Wuhui. As for what you said back then, I don't remember it at all. Jun Wuhui said, I'm not a good-for-nothing like Zhang Wanshan, who only knows how to fight all day long. You'll soon know how wrong you are. I'll kick you off this stage. He unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Lin Fei's chest. A cold light flashed from the tip of the sword. Noble sword technique. This sword was like that of an elegant young master, exuding a cultured and refined aura. In reality, it was filled with boundless killing intent. It was the aura of a true gentleman, majestic and boundless. Jun Wuhui had become famous in the Divine Martial Sect because of this swordsmanship. The gentleman's swordsmanship, the spirit of a gentleman. It was a pity that Jun Wuhui was not a true gentleman. Otherwise, he would not have lost control and attacked Lin Fei in front of everyone in the bounty hall to vent the anger in his heart. When the noble swordsmanship was executed, it was filled with boundless killing intent. It lacked the elegance and carefreeness of a gentleman. As Lin Fei retreated, Jun Wu Hui's sword was unable to stab Lin Fei. Clang! Lin Fei swung the baleful black saber in his hand. The saber and the sword collided, and the long sword swung horizontally, deviating from the attack range. At this moment Lin Fei sneered, "Senior apprentice Brother Jun, you've come for no reason. Try taking one of my moves." The fierce saber slashed down with a fierce aura. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Fleeting bloom. Jun Wu Hui was not an easy opponent to deal with either. The noble sword in his hand moved in a strange manner, stabbing out at 6 different spots. Each spot was in a different position: the front, the middle, the left, and the right. Each spot was accompanied by a sword flower. 6 sword flowers appeared, as if they were a real flower. Lin Fei became the pistol of the flower. He had nowhere to hide, and all his paths of retreat were cut off. He was in danger. What a powerful swordsmanship! As expected of senior apprentice Brother Jun. This time, Lin Fei is in danger. Below the arena, most of the people were gathered together. Lin Fei had become the biggest dark horse this time. In fact, many people had already noticed that he had defeated Jun Wu Hui and entered the top 3. With this strength, even the 8th heaven of the martial path would not dare to disrespect him. Unexpectedly, in today's top 10, Jun Wu Hui, who had amazing swordsmanship, put Lin Fei in danger. Some people were even ready to start cheering. It turned out that Lin Fei also had a day when he was defeated. However, when blooming fresh flowers unleashed a slash, the situation immediately changed. The dangerous blockade was instantly broken, and it no longer existed. Clang! Thump thump thump, Jun Wu Hui took 6 steps back consecutively. "How could you break my swordsmanship?" Lin Fei said. "Hee, you don't have the right to know." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fei swung his saber down. The first slash. Jun Wu Hui's hand went numb. The second slash. The long sword left Jun Wu Hui's hand. The third slash. Jun Wu Hui's chest was stabbed, and blood spurted out wildly. His face was full of shock. Another slash came down. Crack! The back of Lin Fei's saber slashed down and landed heavily on Jun Wu Hui's back. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound and the bones were broken. "Now you understand." Lin Fei kicked Jun Wu Hui's chest, and the sound of his ribs breaking could be heard. He completely lost the ability to fight. "You hit it so well." The group of elders was slightly stunned. "Good lad, you actually made another breakthrough before Lin Fei's duel. No wonder Lin Fei lost so quickly." An elder obviously made a name for himself. 3 saber strikes in one. "I didn't expect Lin Fei to be so powerful. I thought that the previous battle was Lin Fei's true strength. I didn't expect him to have this move. It's really impressive and admirable." When Lin Fei used his saber just now, others might not have been able to see it clearly. These elders were all experienced people. How could they not see the changes in Lin Fei's saber technique? A person could only make a certain amount of progress in saber techniques if they studied the long sword. In this short period of time, Lin Fei made another breakthrough in saber technique. What kind of talent did this require? At least, among the divine martial sect's outer sect disciples, there were very few people who could reach this step. Looks like Lin Fei has a chance to become the outer sect's number 1. It was unknown which elder said such an inconceivable sentence. If it was in normal times, no one would affirm these words. It was normal to oppose it. But this time, the meaning was completely different. This disciple, Lin Fei, had the qualifications to fight. The outer sect disciples should appear among Zhang Wudi, Wang Song, and Lin Fei. Actually, I guess so too. Not long after Lin Fei defeated Jun Wu Hui, there were immediately results in the other 3 arenas. Just as everyone guessed, Zhang Wudi was the second disciple to win. The next one was Wang Song, and then there were 2 more disciples. Their speed was not ordinary fast. And among them, Zhang Wudi and Wang Song's gazes began to change. The reason was very simple. Just now they saw the changes in Lin Fei's saber technique, which made them feel the danger of a 9th-level martial path genius. A 9th-level martial path genius felt the existence of danger. In other words, Chapter 100. The top 5 were decided at the first moment. Lin Fei was still one of the dark horses. He defeated Jun Wuhui with a swift blade, making the other party unable to retaliate. This was enough to prove his qualifications as a dark horse, and was more than enough to become a super dark horse. Elder Zhang went on the stage once again. The drawing of lots began again. This time, the drawing of lots was very surprising. The super dark horse Lin Fei was unbelievably lucky. It was equivalent to entering the top 3 in advance. As for the 2 pairs of opponents, they were Zhang Wudi and Wang Song, and Qian Hu and Kong Wei. Lin Fei himself was a little surprised that his luck would be so good. He was lucky to get a bye and truly locked in the top 3 of the outer sect. Arena number 1. Arena number 2. It once again attracted the attention of the disciples. Go, Senior Brother Zhang! Go, Senior Brother Zhang! Go, Senior Brother Wang Song! Go, Senior Brother Wang Song! The audience cheered loudly. Zhang Wudi and Wang Song had the highest chances of winning. Whoever won would completely take the glory of the outer sect's number 1. Clang! Both of them were sword experts. They attacked at the first moment, sword chi sweeping out. The battle officially began. One had to say that the battle between the two completely exceeded everyone's imagination. They were truly worthy of being outer sect disciples at the 9th firmament of the martial Tao. Their comprehension of sword techniques moved at will. The two were evenly matched. Zhang Wudi walked the path of domineering dominance. His sword technique showed a domineering trend. Often, when his sword came down, it was as fierce as his fist technique. Wang Song's sword technique was light, like a willow leaf fluttering in the wind. His sword technique did not belong to Zhang Wudi at all. The two were evenly matched. Neither of them could do anything to the other. The scene was not an ordinary kind of intense. It made the blood of the watching disciples boil. They wished they could be on the stage. What a powerful sword technique! Lin Fei had been paying attention to the battle between the two. No matter which one it was, Lin Fei did not dare to look down on them. He secretly rejoiced. If not for his breakthrough in his saber technique, he might not be their mat. He would definitely lose. Their sword techniques were too powerful. Although the two's sword techniques were exquisite and their comprehension was extraordinary, after 200 moves, the situation was one-sided. In the end, Senior Brother Zhang Wudi was the dark horse from last time. In half a year, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. With the mother-child sword technique that he had secretly cultivated to large success, he had forcefully broken through Wang Song's attack and defeated him in one move. A battle of 200 moves was the best way to prove one's strength. Looks like my opponent is Brother Zhang Wudi. Lin Fei licked his lips. Last night, he had an epiphany and made a breakthrough in his saber technique. He had wanted to fight for a long time to know the difference between him and a true martial Tao level 9 expert. The opportunity had finally come. An hour later, Lin Fei defeated another opponent, Qian Hu, in 30 slashes and successfully entered the finals. In the end, Lin Fei and Zhang Wudi took first place. This result was out of everyone's expectations. Lin Fei, a latecomer with the strength of the 7th sky of the martial path, had defeated 6 opponents in one go and made it to the finals of the Outer Disciple Tournament. How miraculous! How unimaginable! They didn't dare to imagine what would happen if Lin Fei took first place. They didn't even know how to imagine it. Presumably, in the outer sect of the Divine Force sect, Lin Fei had broken all kinds of records in the shortest time in history. On the first arena, Zhang Wudi and Lin Fei fought for the first time. I didn't expect to meet a dark horse like Brother Lin Fei in this finals. Looks like Brother Lin Fei won't let me down. Zhang Wudi looked at Lin Fei and said. His tone was full of fighting spirit. He was like a crazy martial artist who met someone who was willing to fight, and Lin Fei was worthy of fighting. Lin Fei could tell from senior brother Zhang Wudi's eyes that he was a martial artist. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior brother, you flatter me. I was just lucky all the way. However, for senior brother Zhang's words, I will definitely show my true abilities." Zhang Wudi threw his head back and laughed. Good. I will wait and see. No matter what the result is, you are worthy of fighting. Please. Lin Fei cupped his hands again and his expression became serious. Lin Fei used his drifting wind body technique and closed the distance between him and Zhang Wudi. He slashed the black saber with its scabbard. The saber radiance was like a rainbow, slashing towards Zhang Wudi. Good saber skill. Although it was just an ordinary saber, Zhang Wudi's eyes lit up. He unsheathed his sword and felt the power of the saber. Cross/. Clang, clang, the two of them fought in an instant and then separated. Their speed was so fast that no one could see the traces of their fight. This was a peak battle between the two of them. The fight for first place in the Outer Disciples. Brother Lin Fei is so powerful. He can block brother Zhang Wudi's attack with the strength of the seventh sky of martial path. He is indeed a strong dark horse this time. I'm afraid the dark horse is about to end. Lin Fei will definitely lose to brother Zhang Wudi because of the gap in cultivation. Can't you see that Lin Fei is starting to lose? So, brother Lin Fei's situation is not right. It seems like he is being suppressed by brother Zhang Wudi. It seems that the gap in cultivation is quite big. On the first arena, the two of them exchanged blows and the sound of sabers and swords could be heard. The first arena was in danger. Apart from the saber light there was nothing else. Dang. The two of them separated again. At this moment the two of them had more or less changed. There were a few holes on Lin Fei's clothes and blood dyed them red. Obviously there was a gap in the battle. On the other hand, Zhang Wudi's breathing was rapid. It was different from Wang Song. It could be said that they were competing on the consumption of Xian Qi. One's saber technique was domineering and the other's sword technique was domineering. Both of them were domineering. The consumption of Xian Qi in their bodies was not something ordinary people could compare to. Brother Lin Fei, if this goes on, I'm afraid you will lose in the arena. Could it be that I am not worthy of you drawing your saber? Zhang Wudi held his sword and pointed it at Lin Fei. His face showed a little regret, or rather, some dissatisfaction. At least, in the outer sect, no one could be so ferocious. After exchanging blows, Lin Fei's strength was not considered strong, but his movement technique was fast and his saber technique was ferocious. Using speed to drive the saber technique could be considered a fighting style. Among the outer sect disciples, few could do this. Lin Fei lowered his head and took a look. This was a rare injury in the arena. After this battle, he had a good understanding of the 9 heavens of the martial path. It seems that if I don't use my killing move, I won't be able to defeat Zhang Wudi. This guy is really strong, Lin Fei thought and immediately made a decision. Use a big move. Haha, since senior brother has said so, if I don't make a move, I'm afraid I will disappoint senior brother. In that case, senior brother, take on the continuous saber ocean that I have just learned. Lin Fei tapped his feet and his aura suddenly increased. He was like a sharp saber, extremely dangerous. He raised his saber and went straight to the point. Good, let's see who is stronger now. Zhang Wudi could feel the danger in this saber technique. It was more dangerous than any of the previous saber technique. He knew that this was junior brother Lin Fei's killing move. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Countless sword shadows appeared in Zhang Wudi's hands. Invisible buzzing sounds could be heard as sword qi filled the arena. Merge! When Lin Fei's saber moved smoothly, the countless sword shadows kept merging and merging. It was like a continuous saber ocean. A dangerous aura filled the air. The elders on the elders' platform were shocked. The first saber, 10,000 swords returned to origin. The second saber, Zhang Wudi's sword broke. The third saber, Earth Qi broke, and Zhang Wudi quickly retreated. The fourth saber, a loud rumble sounded. The entire arena couldn't bear the attack and collapsed. Countless rocks flew everywhere and many disciples were injured in an instant. After the smoke and dust dissipated, the location of Arena Number 1 had long since become a stretch of ruins. In the ruins, a blurry figure appeared. Then, a shocked and unbelievable expression appeared on his face. Lin Fei came out. Zhang Wudi's face was pale. He was lying on the rubble. He was defeated by 5 saber strikes. Lin Fei is mighty. Lin Fei is number 1. Chapter 101. The Divine Force Sect. Speaking of the matter that was in the limelight recently, it had to be the Outer Court's number 1 dark horse, Lin Fei. 3 months ago, Lin Fei was at the bottom of the Divine Force Sect. No one knew who he was. But now, he learned the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art by accident, obtained a great opportunity in the Blackwater mountain range, broke through to the 7th sky of the Martial Path, and made a breakthrough in his blade technique. He defeated Zhang Wudi, the most popular disciple of the Outer Sect, and won the supreme honor of being the first in the Outer Sect. It was unknown how many people were taken aback by this news. It was a rare thing that had never happened in the Divine Force Sect. A disciple at the 7th sky of the Martial Path won first in the Outer Sect, won the right to study battle techniques in the Forbidden Ice Ground, and won the right to enter the Inner Sect. Everyone knew that Lin Fei's glory days would soon pass. Formidable figures could be found everywhere amongst the Inner Court disciples, and there was no lack of Inner Court disciples that had advanced into the profounder realm. Moreover, Lin Fei cultivated a trash mental cultivation technique, the 9 Revolutions profound technique, so it was impossible for anyone who cultivated it to break through. The low-level disciples felt it was a pity, but for the high-level disciples, Lin Fei was a dark horse. He had blinded their eyes and made them feel very uncomfortable. They could not accept that a former piece of trash was above them. If Zhang Wudi hadn't been defeated by Lin Fei, they wouldn't have minded fighting with him. But now, they could only wait for Lin Fei to enter the Inner Sect. Fortunately, Lin Fei was qualified to enter the Inner Sect. Many high-level disciples were gloating, watching how Lin Fei would be tortured by the Inner Sect disciples. While everyone was excited and watching a good show in a house where the disciples lived in the Divine Force Sect, the pungent smell of medicine filled the room. Under the dim light, a young man was lying on the bed. His face was pale and his face was ferocious. His chest was violently bulging. How could he win first in the Outer Sect? Impossible. He's trash. If someone was here, they would recognize him. This was Zhang Wanli, who had been beaten up by Lin Fei. Zhang Wanli had been in a comatose state since the battle in the arena. When he woke up today and heard the news, he felt as if someone had cut his chest with a knife and sprinkled salt water on it. Anger. His anger was monstrous. Zhang Wanshan was extremely unwilling to accept his defeat. He hadn't even used his trump card, and was beaten up by Lin Fei in front of all the disciples. He could already imagine that he would definitely become the laughing stock of the Outer Sect disciples. All of this was because of Lin Fei. If not for Lin Fei, he could have easily entered the top 10 of the Outer Sect, or even become the number 1 Outer Sect disciple. He was filled with hatred. All of this was because of Lin Fei. It was all because of him. Losing face was one thing. Secondly, Zhang Wanshan didn't dare to face his master. As his master's favorite disciple, he was very clear about his master's temperament. Zhang Wanshan didn't dare to think about losing so badly this time. Big brother, that trash Lin Fei is about to become an Inner Court disciple. What should we do? Zhang Chongshan's face was already pale. He didn't dare to go out these few days, afraid that he would be laughed at by the other disciples. Right now, those disciples didn't know that the 2 brothers were beaten by Lin Fei to the point that they didn't dare to go out, and their big brother was even beaten up in the arena. What are you shouting for? I will kill you with one slap. Zhang Wanshan roared with all his strength, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. His injuries hadn't recovered yet. On the arena, Lin Fei's attack was very heavy, and he couldn't recover in a few days. This roar immediately affected his injuries. This caused the current situation. Cousin, don't be angry. Recovering is more important. In the house, Zhang Chongshan wasn't the only one. Zhang Fenglang was also there. After finally calming down, he thought about the humiliating scene on the arena. His face immediately turned ferocious, and his eyes were filled with hatred. He wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Fei. Send a messenger pigeon immediately. Tell the family that no matter what, we can't let that trash Lin Fei return to the Lin family. Lin Fei must die. Even though he was angry, Zhang Wanli still knew what was important. Lin Fei defeated him, and Zhang Wanli couldn't help but admit that he couldn't look at this trash with ordinary eyes anymore. Even if he couldn't become a profound practitioner, he was still a big potential opponent. The Lin family was no longer the Lin family of the past. Once Lin Fei returned, he would definitely become a dangerous opponent. This time, he was heavily injured and couldn't go back. He could only rely on the family to deal with Lin Fei. Big brother, this is a good idea. This time, Lin Fei is dead for sure. He's dead for sure. Zhang Chongshan was now a frightened bird, and he didn't dare to go out, afraid that Lin Fei would come looking for him. Now that he heard that the family was going to send people to kill Lin Fei, he looked forward to it the most. Cousin, I think this is a good idea. Lin Fei didn't know that Zhang Wanli was planning to deal with him again. At this time, Lin Fei was following a few elders to a heavily guarded place in the divine martial sect. Before entering the place, an icy cold air spread outside the cave. Not a single blade of grass grew outside the cave, emitting cold air. This was not an ordinary place. If someone was here, they would definitely recognize that this was a secret place in the divine martial sect, the Forbidden Iceland. This place shouldn't be underestimated. The Forbidden Iceland was a very popular place in the divine martial sect, and ordinary people didn't have the qualifications to come here. If it weren't for the top 10 outer sect disciples getting this opportunity, they might not have the chance to come here in their lifetime. Moreover, this place was heavily guarded, and there were experts hiding in the dark to guard the Forbidden Iceland. This is the Forbidden Iceland, the place to comprehend supreme combat skills. The one who spoke was Elder Wang Tai, an elder who guarded the Forbidden Iceland. He rarely appeared, and because he cultivated an ice attribute cultivation technique, his aura was very cold. The top 10 outer sect disciples were all standing outside, circulating the Xian Qi in their bodies to resist the cold air. Their faces were either filled with excitement or shock. Their opportunity was in the Forbidden Iceland. They endured the elder's words and listened to him. When you go in later, you should know that the Forbidden Iceland is divided into the elementary area, the intermediate area, and the advanced area. You can only move around in the elementary area for now. This is the Cold Defense Talisman, and it can last for 3 days. If you still can't comprehend any combat skills in 3 days, you must come out. Otherwise, the cold air will freeze your internal organs. Be careful, be careful. They were slightly startled. They didn't expect there to be something special in the Forbidden Iceland. Soon, they received a round talisman. The talisman was a kind of auxiliary item in the Xiantian continent. Once the Xian Qi was activated, it could activate the inside of the talisman, causing a series of changes. Chapter 102. P.S. Thank you, Garden of Eden, for your 100 Qidian coins. I went back to my hometown today. I climbed the mountain and came back at night. I'm sorry. Outside the Forbidden Ice Ground. Cold air covered the entire Forbidden Ice Ground like knives. Those under the fifth sky of the martial path couldn't release their Xian Qi. Outside the Forbidden Ice Ground, they couldn't even block a single cold current. They were frozen to death. Lin Fei's group entered the forbidden ice ground one by one after they understood the situation. As soon as they entered the forbidden land of ice, the frigid air currents in the forbidden land of ice whistled past like blades. A white shield appeared around everyone's body. The frigid air currents seemed to have encountered a sharp blade, and they immediately split into two. Then, like a stream of water, they split into three, forming a miraculous scene. That was the power of the cold defense talisman. They all went in? When Lin Fei's group went in, a black shadow appeared outside the forbidden ice ground. Yes, they just went in, Wang Tai said. Looks like this group is pretty good. I hope there will be good disciples this time. The forbidden ice ground was a place to learn battle skills. Genius disciples had always wanted to go to this place. In the end, the number of disciples who were able to comprehend battle skills were few and far between. The comprehension of battle skills was very profound. Ordinary people would not be able to comprehend them. I heard that this time, a dark horse appeared among the outer sect disciples and suppressed everyone. I also heard that he comprehended the 9 revolutions' mysterious art. That's why he improved by leaps and bounds. I wonder if Lin Fei will create another miracle. Wang Tai was deep in thought. The 9 revolutions' mysterious art? Isn't that a useless mental cultivation method? It seems that there are very few outer sect disciples who can learn the 9 revolutions' mysterious art. Maybe there will be an unexpected scene. I'm looking forward to it. Forbidden Ice Ground. Lin Fei, do you dare to make a bet with me? The forbidden ice ground had very low visibility. The 10 of them moved very slowly. The cold currents were very powerful. Although the cold defense talisman could resist the cold, it wasn't strong enough, so they couldn't move fast. The one who spoke was none other than Zhang Wudi, who was slightly weaker than him. Zhang Wudi had lost to Zhang Wanshan in the competition for the number 1 spot in the outer sect, and he had been suppressing his anger ever since. He wasn't like Zhang Wanshan, who would be jealous of him. Zhang Wudi did not mind losing a match. Instead, he treated Lin Fei as his strongest opponent. When they heard this, the remaining people were slightly startled. Soon after, they understood what he meant and looked at Lin Fei thoughtfully. Senior brother Zhang, what are we betting on? Lin Fei asked directly. Lin Fei had a better understanding of Zhang Wudi after the short battle. He was a good opponent, unlike Zhang Wanshan. Therefore, Lin Fei wasn't disgusted by Zhang Wudi's words. On the contrary, he was curious about what kind of bet Zhang Wudi would propose. Zhang Wudi looked satisfied. He pointed at the surroundings and said, "Junior brother Lin, do you see the changes?" Everyone followed his gaze. At some point in time, they had arrived at the outskirts of the forbidden ice land. What entered their eyes was a stone monument that was several dozen feet tall standing in the middle of the forbidden ice land. Battle skill stone steel. Everyone's eyes lit up. They didn't care about the inner disciple qualification, but it was their dream to have a chance to comprehend a supreme combat skill, even if it was just a basic one. Combat skill. A supreme combat skill. You want to compete with me in combat skills? Lin Fei said with a smile. Zhang Wudi shook his head. It's not a competition of combat skills. It's about who can comprehend a combat skill the fastest. Junior brother Lin, do you dare to compete with me? Zhang Wudi was unwilling to accept his loss last time. Therefore, he decided to compete with Lin Fei in another way. At the mention of this bet, Lin Fei thought of the bet he had made back then. His pockets bulged, and he immediately became spirited. I like this. You really agree? Zhang Wudi was surprised. Lin Fei was really bold. They were just competing to see who was better. As for the others, they were shocked. They didn't dare to say anything. It wasn't a matter between them. It was more of a battle of pride. Within the range of a basic combat skill, everyone split up and started to look for their own stone steels to comprehend a supreme combat skill. As for whether they could succeed or not, they didn't know. Lin Fei found a remote place. Divine Wind Fist, A basic combat skill. Lin Fei was shocked. There were many stone steels in the forbidden ice ground. The Divine Wind Fist in front of him was a basic combat skill. Lin Fei looked at it from the beginning to the end. This basic combat skill could allow one to throw out 100 punches in one breath. Its power was shocking, surpassing that of a normal fist art. Divine Wind Fist looks good, but compared to 10,000-mile saber, it's still too far away. Intermediate combat skills were Lin Fei's biggest trump card. He had never used it before. Now that he saw so many combat skills, Lin Fei couldn't help but be excited. It was as if someone immediately sent him a pillow when he was sleepy. Fist art is not very good. I should choose a knife combat skill. If he didn't have the evil black blade, Lin Fei would definitely choose a fist art. After trying the power of a knife art, he gradually liked the refreshing feeling of killing people with one strike. Therefore, Lin Fei wanted to choose a knife combat skill. 10,000-mile saber was an intermediate combat skill. Lin Fei usually wouldn't use it. It was too domineering. More importantly, it consumed too much qi in his body. A basic combat skill was the most suitable for him. World Domination Fist. Sky-breaking sword. Shadowless sword. He looked all the way. Lin Fei himself was shocked because there were more basic combat skills than he had imagined. No wonder they were one of the three major sects of the indestructible dynasty. If word of these battle techniques were to spread outside, who knew how many people would fight to the death, setting off a bloody storm, an intense and bitter battle. The combat skills they were looking forward to were all gathered in the forbidden ice ground. The divine martial sects means were not ordinary. Lin Fei understood the difference between the inner sect and the outer sect. There must be a lot of people in the inner sect who knew combat skills. However, Lin Fei knew one thing about the comprehension of combat skills. It was not easy to comprehend. If it was so easy to comprehend, the number of combat skills in the outer sect would not be as few as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Along the way, he saw that the combat skill steel was not small. There were even traces left near the combat skill steel, all of which were traces of comprehension. It could be seen how difficult it was to comprehend combat skills. In the past, Lin Fei didn't believe it. After seeing the traces left in the forbidden ice ground, he finally understood it again. The comprehension of a basic combat skill was no less than reaching the sky. Now that he thought about it, if he hadn't seen the mystery of the attack of 10,000-mile saber, Lin Fei didn't believe he could learn a middle-level combat skill. Chapter 103. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the forbidden ice ground, Elder Wang Tai had been resting on an ice rock with his eyes closed. White mist surrounded him, but he didn't seem to be afraid of the cold at all. He was like a statue. At this moment, a few people had come out from behind Wang Tai. They were the top 10 outer disciples. All of them had dejected expressions on their faces. It was obvious that they had failed to comprehend the battle skill. Wang Tai's eyes were closed, but his expression was changing. Lin Fei, Zhang Wudi, and Jun Wuhui. I wonder which of the three will comprehend the battle skill. I hope they won't disappoint me this time. Wang Tai saw the expressions of the 7 people behind him clearly. This result was within his expectations. Comprehending a battle skill was extremely difficult. Countless people had come in high spirits but returned in disappointment. Their expressions showed that they were not surprised at all. Every time 1 or 2 disciples comprehended a battle skill, it was a good thing. If they were unlucky, they would all return empty-handed or even be injured by the cold air. The cold air didn't seem to be very useful, but once they lost the talisman, the cold air would affect their physical body and affect their future cultivation. Usually, after 3 days, the talisman would lose its effect, and the disciples would give up on comprehending the battle skill and leave the forbidden ice ground. Until the evening. Someone came out. It should be Senior Brother Zhang Wudi. Other than Senior Brother Zhang Wudi, the others shouldn't be able to comprehend a battle skill. The people behind Wang Tai began to discuss carefully, afraid that they would make Elder Wang unhappy. Because the forbidden ice ground was located in a secret place, Elder Wang Tai had brought it in and had to leave with it to avoid any danger. A person walked out of the white mist, looking very dispirited. Senior Brother June. Senior Brother June came out. They were all very surprised that it was Senior Brother June Wuhui. From his expression, they all knew that Senior Brother June Wuhui had failed. Disciple greets Elder Wang. June Wuhui's face was pale. No one knew if it was because of the cold air or because he had failed. Do you want to comprehend a battle skill? Disciple is stupid and failed to comprehend a battle skill. I've disappointed Elder. Haha, it's alright. If a battle skill can be easily comprehended, then it's a supreme battle skill. Continue to work hard in the future. Wang Tai did not open his mouth and said calmly, I understand. Jun Wu Hui lowered his head and stood behind Wang Tai. Inadvertently, a cold smile flashed across his eyes. It was almost evening. The cold current intensified. If they were not standing behind Wang Tai, they would have suffered greatly from the cold current. The fact that Lin Fei and Zhang Wudi hadn't come out yet surprised the others. If it was said that Lin Fei took first place in the outer sect, they would not be too happy. Then at this moment, regardless of whether Lin Fei comprehended a battle technique or not, it was impossible not to admire his determination. No wonder he could rush all the way from the fourth heaven of the martial path to the seventh heaven. They sighed at their inferiority. Lin Fei was the number one in the outer sect. He lived up to his name. Another 2 hours passed. The cold wind whistled and the sky darkened. Finally, someone came out of the cave. This time, no one made any guesses. Instead, they waited quietly. Senior Brother Zhang Wudi? When Zhang Wudi walked out, their eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Fei had lasted until the end. Could it be that he really comprehended a battle skill? They didn't dare to imagine. It was a battle skill. Greetings, Elder Wang. Zhang Wudi's spirit, qi, and spirit seemed to be very tired, but his pair of bright and spirited eyes conveyed another meaning. You've used up a lot of energy, but I can smell a familiar aura on you. It seems that you've successfully comprehended a battle skill. Wang Tai still didn't open his eyes, but his words were like a bomb. Battle skill. Did Senior Brother Zhang really comprehend a battle skill? Everyone's heart ached. It wasn't easy for them to get into the top 10 of the outer sect, but when they faced the stone tablet, they were like blind people trying to cross a river. They had no idea where to start and wasted 3 days. Zhang Wudi replied humbly, Elder, you have a good eye. I have indeed comprehended a new battle technique. Ice seals the world. He was in high spirits as he glanced at the exit. Lin Fei, don't disappoint me. With Icebound World, you're no match for me. At this moment, Zhang Wudi was happier than anyone else. He had defeated Lin Fei, who was ranked first in the outer sect. Zhang Wudi didn't care about being ranked first in the outer sect. What he cared about was losing to a newcomer. So, no matter what, he had to defeat Lin Fei. In 3 days, Zhang Wudi managed to comprehend a battle technique. He had been suppressing his desire to defeat Lin Fei. When he came out and didn't see Lin Fei, he was half happy and half hesitant. Zhang Wudi hoped that he could defeat Lin Fei with a battle skill, but he didn't want to defeat him easily. Not bad, you've done well. Icebound World is a battle skill and sword art. Once it's executed, it can freeze a radius of 10,000 li. With your strength, you can freeze a radius of 10 zhang with Icebound World. Go back and learn it well. The people behind him were all envious. There were many types of battle skills. The ultimate Een battle skill was a relatively unpopular battle skill. They had all experienced the cold current before. If it was used as a battle skill, they couldn't imagine how powerful it would be. Lin Fei was probably going to lose this time. Zhang Wudi's comprehension was not something that Lin Fei could compare to. They were all very happy to see Lin Fei suffer. They could almost see Lin Fei's depressed expression. So what if he was ranked first in the outer sect? He had comprehended a peerless battle skill. After all, everyone could imagine the benefits of battle skills. Until evening. Just when everyone was getting impatient, Lin Fei appeared at the exit of the forbidden ice ground. Compared to Zhang Wudi, Lin Fei's complexion was much better. Lin Fei, battle skills are not easy to comprehend. There's no need to be discouraged if you fail, Jun Wuhui reminded Lin Fei with a serious face. In fact, it was equivalent to suppressing Lin Fei. Jun Wuhui didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of the impartial Elder Wang, so he used his words to make Lin Fei feel better. Zhang Wudi was also slightly stunned, as if something was missing in his heart. Everyone agreed with Jun Wuhui. Lin Fei was not talented. It was only a coincidence that he comprehended the 9 revolutions' mysterious art. It was 10,000 times more difficult to comprehend battle skills. It was normal for Lin Fei to be unable to comprehend battle skills. Everyone was a little satisfied. After all, they didn't really approve of Lin Fei. Unexpectedly, Elder Wang Tai, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly stood up. "You're Lin Fei, right?" Elder Wang's words surprised everyone. Lin Fei nodded. "Elder, I am Lin Fei." "You're not bad." Wang Tai patted Lin Fei's shoulder. "I hope you can make another breakthrough." They were confused. Everyone was confused. What did Elder Wang mean by this? Chapter 104. They were indeed shocked. But they didn't dare to ask Elder Wang what was going on. They all looked at him strangely. Lin Fei was amused. "You want to suppress me? It's not your turn yet." He also felt strange. Why would Elder Wang be so kind as to help him out? In fact, Elder Wang's actions made Lin Fei feel strange himself. He vaguely felt that Elder Wang's eyes were full of praise, which made Lin Fei feel surprised. He secretly came to a decision. This Elder Wang was not simple. He could see through it at a glance, but he didn't say it out loud, which was very strange. Just when everyone wanted to know the result, Elder Wang opened his mouth and solved the doubts in everyone's hearts. As the top 10 disciples of the outer gate, this time 2 disciples have comprehended combat skills. One is Zhang Wudi's frozen world, the other is Lin Fei's 9 heavy waves. 9 heavy waves? Elder Wang spat out 9 heavy waves. The rest of them subconsciously opened their eyes wide, almost thinking that they had heard wrong. In terms of talent, they were better than Lin Fei. In terms of martial arts, they were also better than Lin Fei. Who would have thought that in terms of comprehension of combat skills, they were no match for Lin Fei at all? 9 heavy waves, these 3 words, they were quite confused. However, Zhang Wudi's expression changed slightly. He looked at Lin Fei with a very complicated expression. He originally thought that by comprehending combat skills, he could suppress Lin Fei. The only thing he didn't expect was that Lin Fei's comprehension was so strong that he could comprehend 9 heavy waves in 3 days. Zhang Wudi had heard of 9 heavy waves. This was a fist combat skill. If others learned it, Zhang Wudi wouldn't be too shocked. His own frozen world was extremely powerful. Although it couldn't freeze the world, it was absolutely no problem to freeze an area. Lin Fei learned 9 heavy waves. The meaning was completely different, especially when he cultivated the 9 revolutions mysterious art. The 9 revolutions mysterious qi was famous for its fierceness. With 9 heavy waves, this combat skill was no less than tailor-made. He lost. Zhang Wudi let out a long sigh. His heart was filled with unwillingness. As for the others, they were all shocked. It was normal for Zhang Wudi to comprehend battle skills, but for Lin Fei to comprehend battle skills was like a 1-year-old child learning how to speak. It was completely unbelievable. The forbidden land of ice had come out. The group dispersed and returned to their own residences. The next morning, Lin Fei packed his belongings and was ready to return to the Lin family that he had not returned to for many years to become an inner disciple. The Godly Force sect had specially given him a long holiday, 2 months' time. As for the others, they were not so lucky. After taking care of the vacation, Lin Fei came down from the gate of divine force. At the foot of the mountain, any outer sect disciple who saw Lin Fei would treat him with the utmost respect. Lin Fei's terror, Lin Fei's brutality, all the disciples had seen it with their own eyes. No one dared to offend Lin Fei again. Today was different from the past. Lin Fei was no longer someone they could casually comment on. The glory of being the first in the outer sect was something they could never achieve in their lifetime, but Lin Fei had only spent 3 months to achieve it. As soon as he came down from the mountain, Lin Fei saw someone waiting for him at the foot of the mountain. Why is he here? Is he not convinced? Lin Fei thought to himself, but he did not stop moving. He walked towards Zhang Wudi. This person was none other than Zhang Wudi. Lin Fei, don't misunderstand me. I'm not here to cause you trouble. Zhang Wudi was carrying a bag on his shoulder, and he looked at Lin Fei with a complicated expression. Who is that? Lin Fei asked. He also did not understand. You are the first person who made me want to fight. There are many strong inner sect disciples. I hope you can always be like this. One day we will be opponents again, Zhang Wudi said seriously. Lin Fei smiled. I like having you as an opponent. I am very honored. That's great. Zhang Wudi turned around and left. He didn't do it in the usual way. After he came down from the Shenwu sect, Lin Fei changed into a black robe and spent 5,000 silver to buy a horse. He leisurely went home. This time, he was not in a hurry at all. The Buluo dynasty had 10 counties. The place where Lin Fei's family was located was one of the 10 counties, Shanhe County. Shanhe County was not the strongest among the 10 counties. It could only be considered average. The distance was relatively far, and it would take about 8 days to get there. This time, Lin Fei went on a sightseeing tour and tasted all kinds of snacks along the way. Time flew, and in a short time, 7 days had passed. On this day, Lin Fei entered the territory of Shanhe County. After enjoying the scenery, Lin Fei did not show any signs of fatigue on his face. Without any pressure, his entire body felt relaxed, no longer as tense and pressured as before. On the official road, a black horse was approaching from afar. A young man was lying on the black horse, holding a wild fruit in his hand. He looked very lazy. Shanhe County, I will reach Guiyuan City in a day. I wonder what the Lin family's expression will be when they know that the previous Lin Fei has achieved so much. I think it will be interesting. On the black horse, Lin Fei looked at the blue sky and white clouds. He had never felt so relaxed before. Ever since he came to this world, Lin Fei had never felt so at ease. He enjoyed the rare blue sky and white clouds. Now that he finally had a chance to enjoy himself, Lin Fei would certainly enjoy it. Little Black, what's wrong? After taking a bite of the juicy fruit, the black horse suddenly became irritable. It looked very uneasy, as if it had encountered something terrible. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. He gently patted the black horse. Calm down, calm down. Xian Qi was injected into the black horse's body. The irritable black horse suddenly calmed down. Its huge eyes were bright. It stopped on the official road and stepped on the gravel on the ground. Don't hide. Come out. A lazy voice came out from Lin Fei's mouth. Clapping sounds came from both sides of the official road. It was very clear on the quiet official road. On both sides of the official road, 10 people came out of the woods. The leaders were 2 people who looked very similar. One was expressionless, and the other had peach blossom eyes. They were very similar to women. If you guys want to rob me, then don't. I don't have any money, so you'll definitely be working for nothing. Just let me go, or else you'll end up with nothing. Lin Fei thought they were robbers and said casually. Lin family's boy. I haven't seen you for a few years. You are quite bold. The expressionless man said coldly. You are from the Zhang family. Lin Fei immediately frowned. He lifted his body and sat on the black horse. He immediately thought of someone. In the Divine Force sect, Lin Fei had very few enemies. Who dared to kill him in Shanha Prefecture? Without thinking, he immediately knew who dared to kill him. It was the Zhang family. Except for the Zhang family, there should be no one else. The man with peach blossom eyes flicked his thumb and middle finger. Yo, as expected of someone from the Lin family. Your reaction isn't just an ordinary kind of fast. Unfortunately, no matter how fast your reaction is, so what? You shouldn't have returned to the Lin family. Chapter 105. P.S. Thanks to Rain Mrs. Yu for rewarding me with 1888 Qidian coins and becoming my second disciple. On the official road, someone came with a murderous look. Although Lin Fei had seen a lot of situations, the fact that someone tried to kill him in front of him with cold eyes showed that he was angry. Zhang family, Zhang Wanshan, you forced me to do this. For a long time, Lin Fei thought that he would defeat them and leave them with an unforgettable memory, so that they wouldn't dare to make a move in the future. In the end, Lin Fei found that he was wrong. At this time, he finally understood what it meant to be like in the pugilistic world. For example, now, he had obviously forgotten about the Zhang family, but the Zhang family tried to kill him openly, as if they were not afraid of others knowing. Lin Fei sighed softly. Since he came to this world, Lin Fei thought of himself as a member of the Xiantian continent, but he never thought of himself as a member of the Lin family. Now it seemed that no matter how he tried to avoid it, he couldn't erase this important point. Lin family, third young master, this identity. These 5 words seemed simple, but Lin Fei was destined to be unable to get rid of it for the rest of his life. This time, Lin Fei's intention was very clear. It was nothing more than to deal with the various grievances left by the previous Lin Fei, so that it wouldn't have any side effects on his training in the future. Once it was solved, Lin Fei would not stay in the Lin family, but would devote himself to crazily training. In the future, he would constantly train and become an expert. The Zhang family's interception was no less than a wake-up call for Lin Fei. He was a member of the Lin family, he was the third young master of the Lin family. With this identity, he was destined to not be leisurely, and this was the best proof. Zhang Guanglin and Zhang Guangfei were motionless, with a sneer on their lips and cold eyes, as if they could see Lin Fei die in their hands in the next breath. Zhang Wanshan, that guy, is taking this matter too seriously. He's only at the 7th heavenly layer of the martial path, yet he wants to stir up trouble in Guiyuan City. I really don't know what the elders of the family are thinking. Zhang Guangfei raised his eyebrows. Who knows? The 2 of us are at least at the 7th layer of the heaven. If we encounter an enemy at the 8th layer of the martial path, who isn't that powerful, we can easily kill them. Now we have to deal with the 3rd young master of the Lin family who caused a storm in the past. This is simply making a mountain out of a molehill. These 2 were relatively famous disciples of the Zhang family, and they were brothers. They were telepathic, so they were able to attack at each other. Usually, when the 2 of them fought, very few people could stop them. Therefore, in the Shanha County, the 2 of them made quite a name for themselves and were called the Guiyuan Duo. If it wasn't something important, the 2 of them would rarely make a move. They would usually bury themselves in cultivation. This time, in order to deal with Lin Fei, they had a bellyful of anger in their hearts. They felt that they were making a mountain out of a molehill. The Lin family's 3rd young master, who was at the 7th heaven of martial path, how powerful could he be? Most likely, Zhang Wanshan deliberately said so to show that he was powerful. If Zhang Wanshan knew about this, he would definitely vomit blood. I don't care if he's making a mountain out of a molehill or something else. Anyway, we don't need to do anything. Do you think the 3rd young master of the Lin family can deal with the people we brought? Zhang Guanglin, the elder brother, sneered. In order to intercept and kill Lin Fei, the Zhang family arranged for 10 experts at the 6th heaven of the martial Dao, plus 2 of them at the 7th heaven of the martial Tao. A strong lineup of 12 people was more than enough to kill Lin Fei at the 7th heaven of the martial Tao. Zhang Guangfei didn't say anything. He looked at Lin Fei on the black horse and agreed with his brother's words. Third young master Lin Fei would definitely die. Everyone, kill this brat. There will be many benefits if we kill him. I'll be the first to cut him down. Don't fight with me. For trash like him, 3 slashes will be enough. The 10 Zhang clan cultivators all masked their faces, afraid of being recognized. They raised their sabers and swords and surrounded Lin Fei, who was sitting on the black horse. The saber light and the sword light interweaved to form an inescapable net. If it was in the past, Lin Fei would probably feel a headache from such an attack. But the situation was different now. Kill. Lin Fei patted the black horse with one hand, and it immediately bounced up. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes, and a white light appeared before everyone's eyes. It was as piercing as the sun. Great thousand leaves saber art. Puff, puff, puff. If there was an expert present, he would definitely be able to see that Lin Fei had only slashed once, but in reality, he had slashed out more than 10 times. It was like a cool breeze, slashing across the necks of the Zhang family members one by one. Could be said that these people had a high status in the Zhang family. Even in death, they did not believe that they would die in the hands of the infamous Lin Fei. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei's attack landed on the black horse. On the official road, the corpses were lying on the ground, their eyes wide open, as if expressing their unwillingness. Since when was the strength of the 6th level of the martial path so weak? Haha, it seems that your plan is going to fail. Lin Fei was still sitting on the black horse. He opened his mouth and took a bite of the wild fruit. It was fresh and juicy, and he lightly patted the black horse's head with a mischievous smile on his face. It was as if he had just done something insignificant. Lin Fei, how dare you? You actually dared to kill all of them. You are going against the Zhang clan. This time, no one can save you. The Zhang brothers were instantly enraged. In less than 3 breaths, the Zhang family members were instantly killed by Lin Fei, which was beyond their imagination. They had imagined that Lin Fei's strength of the 7th level of the martial path must have been exaggerated, and it might have been increased by elixirs. Now, they couldn't help but take it seriously. 10 Zhang family members were dead and injured, and their realms weren't low. If they didn't handle this matter properly, they would lose face and wouldn't be able to go back and explain. Lin Fei took another bite of the wild fruit and laughed. Ha ha, can I kill your Zhang family members? I, Lin Fei, am the 3rd young master of the Lin clan. I can kill whoever I want. It's just a few disciples of the Zhang clan. I'm going to kill all of you later. Arrogant. How dare you? The 2 brothers had never been looked down upon like this before, especially by the Lin clan's trash 3rd young master. This was tantamount to the Tai Sui Lord stirring up trouble. He was tired of living and wanted to kill them both. Did he really think he was the king of heaven? Big brother, let's attack together and kill this kid. Zhang Guangfei sneered. Okay, let's attack together. The 2 brothers didn't dare to take it lightly after killing a group of disciples. One from the front and one from the back, the 2 brothers instantly attacked. One used a sword, the other used a saber, and the saber and sword merged. Saber and sword chime. This was a combination attack of the 2 brothers. One attacked the front and the other attacked the back, distracting the opponent. Both of them were powerful characters. Once they made a move, they were determined to kill Lin Fei, not giving Lin Fei a chance to fight back. Lin Fei took another bite of the wild fruit, and a lazy voice sounded again. Your cooperation is not bad, but it's a pity that your speed is too slow and full of flaws. So, you can all die now. The 2 of them had never seen such an arrogant person. Although they weren't experts, a trash like Lin Fei dared to be arrogant in front of them. They swore to torture Lin Fei. However, just as they had this thought, a shocking scene appeared. Lin Fei slashed with his saber, and a white light slashed down from the sky. This attack. Chapter 106. I have already told you that I will send you down to accompany you. I will definitely send you down without any hesitation. Lin Fei shook his head and seriously bit on the wild fruit, causing the juice to splatter. He did not care about the corpses on the official road at all. The two brothers of the Zhang family were strong, and they had the magical ability of telepathy. Generally, if they met someone stronger than them, they would be able to fight against them if they joined forces. Unfortunately, they met Lin Fei. Lin Fei's experience in the Blackwater Mountain Range and the battles in the Divine Martial Gate had made him no longer a rookie in terms of combat experience. Their joint attack was very powerful, but their only flaw was their speed. Their joint attack, one from the front and one from the back, was their biggest flaw. Lin Fei might not be strong in other aspects, but he had the absolute advantage in speed. Thus, the two brothers of the Zhang family were unlucky and were killed by Lin Fei with a single blade. In fact, it was 5 blades in one, and its power was extraordinary. Even if they could see through it in the end, they still could not block the attack. Killing the Zhang family members on the official road, Lin Fei first looted the spoils of war. Most of them were silver and gold, followed by saber art and sword manuals. Although they were not very good, for Lin Fei, who was used to looting spoils of war, mosquito meat was still meat. He could not waste it and could not give it to others. A bunch of poor people, they only have so little on them. If the people underground knew about this, they would probably vomit blood. They came out to kill, not to bring anything. How could they have anything valuable on them? Speaking of which, Lin Fei's luck was not bad. After dealing with everyone, there was still no one on the official road. Those corpses were all buried by Lin Fei in the forest. As for when they were discovered, it had nothing to do with him. Anyway, no one would know. So what if the Zhang family knew? There was no evidence. After dealing with the corpses, Lin Fei once again leisurely went on the road. Zhang family, you wait and see. This matter is not over. Lin Fei looked at the sky, and a big face appeared in the sky, after the interception on the official road. Lin Fei's nerves were still as thick as before as he leisurely moved forward. One day later, he finally entered the vicinity of Guiyuan City. Just as he stepped into the range of Guiyuan City, Lin Fei felt uncomfortable. There was a faint feeling lingering around his heart, making him feel very uncomfortable. F***ck, could this be the legendary homesickness? Lin Fei felt uncomfortable for some reason. In the past, he didn't feel anything, but when he really entered the range of Guiyuan City, that feeling was suppressed. This was a feeling that he had never experienced before, causing Lin Fei to not know whether to laugh or cry. Lin Fei, haven't you always wished that you could return home in glory one day, and let those who look down on you understand that you, Lin Fei, are not a good-for-nothing, not a playboy? I've helped you realize this wish today. As for the things that you've been longing for in the past, Sir System will help you complete them. Lin Fei muttered to himself. The phrase, returning home in glory, could barely be used. After nearly 5 years, it indeed had the taste of returning home in glory. It wasn't easy for me to come back. It seems that the Zhang family doesn't want me to have peace. But, so what? No matter what you want, Sir System will accompany you to the end. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes, and he immediately returned to his previous lazy look. If an outsider looked at him, they would never think that Lin Fei had killed more than 10 people before this. Guiyuan City. Guiyuan City, Shanha County, one of several cities. It wasn't considered strong, but it wasn't weak either. It was barely in the middle. In this Guiyuan City there were 3 big families. One was the Lin family, the other was the Li family, and the last was the Zhang family. In addition, there was the Extreme Dojo. Guiyuan City, I'm back. When he saw the magnificent Guiyuan City, Lin Fei's memories gushed out like a tide. It was as if he was watching a movie. It was so unreal. Lin Fei stretched his body, His eyes were calm as he looked at Gui Yuan City, and said these words to himself in his heart. After 5 years, Lin Fei's appearance was very different from before. At this time, he was wearing a black robe. His delicate face was only a little thinner. Gui Yuan City was just like what he remembered. At the entrance of the city, people came and went. It was very lively. From time to time, adventurers and mercenaries could be seen. It could be considered as a transit point. Little Black, let's go. Lin Fei patted the black horse. After paying a tael of silver, pulling the black horse, Lin Fei entered Gui Yuan City, which he had not seen for 5 years. Although it was his first time here, the feeling he got from Gui Yuan City was as if he grew up here. It was a very familiar feeling. After 5 years, Gui Yuan City didn't change much. There were even many places that were expanded. It was even more magnificent than before. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to go back. As a transmigrator, Lin Fei had a certain sense of resistance in his heart. If Lin Fei didn't feel anything in the divine martial sect, he could say this and that. But when he returned to Gui Yuan City, there was a feeling of discomfort. As a person who had experienced it, he understood that it was caused by the Lin family. Lin Fei was resisting. Lin Fei was in a dilemma. Therefore, Lin Fei didn't plan to go back so early. He decided to walk around Gui Yuan City and get used to the feeling so that he wouldn't feel uncomfortable. Of course, some people would ask, Lin Fei is a transmigrator. What's there to worry about? What's there to resist? But in fact, as a transmigrator, it was impossible for Lin Fei to adapt to this kind of environment. The previous Lin Fei, the next Lin Fei. 2 different memories. 2 different eras. This was the reason why Lin Fei made such a choice. Gui Yuan City. Lin Fei first sold the black horse. The loss wasn't big, and he also did a small business on the road. Naturally, he didn't care about the silver. Leisurely walking out of the carriage, Lin Fei hummed a little tune, trying to adapt. In his previous life on Earth, Lin Fei was just a college student. In this life, in Xiantian continent, Lin Fei became the 3rd young master of the Lin family. Although his reputation wasn't very good, his status was completely different. In Earth's words, Lin Fei accidentally became a rich 2nd generation and became the 3rd young master. If he became a rich 2nd generation on Earth, Lin Fei could at least show off a little. But in Xiantian continent, being a rich 2nd generation was nothing. Especially since the Lin family seemed to be on the decline and was no longer the rising sun. The situation was quite bad. As the 3rd young master of the Lin family, Lin Fei definitely didn't have a good life. Walking along the street, fortunately, Lin Fei hadn't returned for 5 years. His appearance had changed a lot, so no one noticed that the 3rd young master of the Lin family had returned to Gui Yuan City. If he were to go out now, no one would recognize him. Chapter 107. P.S. Thanks to young Master Lin Xiaolei for the reward of 588 yuan, becoming an apprentice. The originally bustling street was filled with people. Along with the sound coming from afar, the people on the street subconsciously stood to the side, obviously recognizing the person. Lin Fei, as the former 3rd young master of the Lin family, naturally stood to the side. He was curious, when did someone in Gui Yuan City have such guts? Could it be someone from one of the big families? After not coming back for 5 years, Gui Yuan City can be said to be a new place, not to mention that Lin Fei is a fake. Do you expect a fake to know about Gui Yuan City? That's impossible. Therefore, Lin Fei stood to the side. At the end of the street, a few tall horses approached from afar. Those tall horses are not ordinary mounts, but good horses worth more than 10,000 taels of silver. On the tall horses, there are a few young people dressed in bright clothes. All of them are handsome. At a glance, you can tell that they are the disciples of the big families. Unfortunately, Lin Fei can't recognize any of them. Those people seem to be in a hurry, swaggering through the street, not an ordinary kind of arrogant and despotic. Until after they left. Only then did Lin Fei return to the main street. He looked in their direction thoughtfully, because just now they seemed to remember something. At the same time, on the street, a few words suddenly attracted Lin Fei's attention. With the strength of a martial artist at the 7th layer, it is not difficult for Lin Fei to know the conversation on the street. Hee, it's the Zhang family again, simply lawless, seems like they are going for the Lin family's shop. One of the middle-aged men seems to be used to it. Needless to say, the Zhang family has been looking for trouble with the Lin family for a long time. I heard that the Lin family hired an alchemist a few days ago. The Zhang family naturally will not sit and watch the development of the Lin family. Those people just now seem to be the young masters of the Zhang family. When the two were chatting, one of them suddenly interrupted. Excuse me, those people just now are? Why are they randomly running on the street? The person who interrupted is not someone else, it is Lin Fei. Lin Fei was smarter. He didn't directly ask them what they were doing. Instead, he asked them why they were riding horses on the street. He changed the way he asked. The two of them looked over and saw a young man who seemed to be new. Naturally, they didn't pay much attention to him, nor did they know that he was the third young master of the Lin family from 5 years ago. Little brother, are you a newcomer? The middle-aged man asked. Yes, I just arrived. They look very impressive, so I wanted to ask, who are they? Lin Fei's performance was completely that of a rash young man. The middle-aged man had an I understand look on his face as he kindly reminded him, Little brother, next time don't say such words. They are people that you cannot afford to offend. If you offend them, it would be difficult for you to even leave Guiyuan City. They are all from the Zhang family. It's not a bad idea to listen to us. The people from the Zhang family are not to be trifled with. The next time you see them, it's best to stay as far away from them as possible. The other person had a look of lingering fear on his face when he mentioned this. He even secretly looked around as if he was afraid of being discovered. Zhang family? Lin Fei pretended to have a strange look, but what I heard outside is that the Lin family seems to be the most impressive in Guiyuan City. When did it become the Zhang family's turn? They didn't doubt Lin Fei's words. However, they revealed a look of sorrow as if they were recalling something. Young man, you are mistaken. This is all ancient history. The Lin family is no longer the Lin family of the past. Now, they are just struggling at death's door. The middle-aged man opened his mouth. Lin Fei cupped his hands and said, This little brother is a newcomer. The matter of the Lin family is just something that my friend told me last time. I really didn't know that it would be like this. Could it be that there is something behind this? Lin Fei behaved like a newcomer, so they didn't doubt him at all. Actually, it's nothing much. It's nothing more than the sins of Lin Fei in the past. Fortunately, Lin Fei had a lot of experience. Otherwise, he would have been shot while lying down. What does this have to do with me? Wrong, it should be the matter of the previous Lin Fei. It has nothing to do with me at all. Who is Lin Fei? The two looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to them. Then, they began to explain. You are a newcomer, so Lin Fei definitely doesn't know. 5 years ago, the Lin family's third young master was so daring that he wanted to rape the daughter of the city lord. Although he did not succeed in the end, it still brought a lot of trouble to the Lin family. Later on, the Lin family experienced a lot of unforeseen events. Many experts were killed or injured. Adding on the incident with the city lord, the Lin family's position as the overlord was gradually pulled down. Lin Fei listened silently and sighed in his heart. He didn't expect that this matter was caused by him. Even though 5 years had passed and Lin Fei was an impostor, who asked him to be the impostor? The previous Lin Fei was done for, and the rest of the matters fell on the impostor. Lin Fei suddenly felt the pressure on him. Currently, Lin Fei couldn't accept the Lin family. He was willing to settle the trouble and then bury himself in cultivation. But the current situation made the Lin family know that they had unknowingly fallen into a storm. No wonder it's like this. It seems that Lin Fei isn't a good thing. Lin Fei said in a serious tone. Of course he isn't a good thing. If Lin Fei succeeded, it would be fine. But that trash couldn't even beat a girl. Later on, I heard that he was sent to the Divine Martial Sect as an outer sect disciple. It seems that he hasn't returned for 5 years. Moreover, that Lin family's third young master was a playboy. When he arrived at the Divine Martial Sect, he became a trash again. It seems that he hasn't reached the 4th heavenly layer of the martial Tao. Lin Fei didn't need to think to know that this news was spread by the Zhang and Li families. It was nothing more than to humiliate the Lin family. They wanted to tell the whole Guiyuan city that the Lin family had a trash young master. He failed to rape the daughter of the city lord. It was a disgrace to men. If he couldn't cultivate martial arts, he would still be a trash after 5 years. Just because of this, Lin Fei's reputation in Guiyuan City wasn't just ordinary bad. Then what were those people trying to do just now? Look at how anxious they were. Fortunately, Lin Fei's mental fortitude was good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to control himself. Needless to say, they are definitely after the Lin family's medicine shop or the Lin family's weapon shop. If they don't make trouble every day, the Zhang family won't let it go. In addition, the city lord has turned a blind eye to it. The Lin family's days aren't going to be good. Especially after the 5 years competition, the Lin family probably won't be one of the 3 major families in Guiyuan City. Those first and second-rate forces have long set their eyes on the Lin family's position. This time, the Lin family's situation is really not good. Lin Fei's face slightly sank. He didn't expect that after 5 years, the situation would be like this. To be honest, Lin Fei didn't need to pay attention to this. But this time, when Lin Fei came back, he wanted to vent his anger. Halfway through, he was intercepted and killed. The Zhang family was once again remembered by others. Lin Fei understood a principle. A kind person would be bullied by others. Not to mention, he was the Lin family's third young master. No matter what happened to the Lin family, he might not have a good ending.